Hey, I see you. You're gonna enjoy today's content. First to the fight, by the way. I'm just working on something here, and I'll be on shortly. Alright, guys, good morning. I'm back. Sorry about that. How's it going this morning? Face! It's my face! My face is supposed to be down here. Hi, good morning. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the show. We're gonna get this thing kicked off here in just a minute. You, Emma, have you, read this book already? Oh my god, today is my affiliate anniversary. Look at that. I believe today is, I believe what they're saying is today is the 1-year anniversary since I made affiliate. So look at that. That is, that's so cool. I read bits of it but never finished. Okay. Well. You'll get to finish it with us. For certain. Sorry, I'm a little bit miffed here. I can't figure out. I remember we were rebuilding the boots the other day, and I broke these 2 clips, and I had a bag of these. I had a bag of like a million of these damn things, and I can't find them now. But Lexi was talking to me on the stream. I don't know if she's here this morning. Yay! Big hype. I don't know if she's here this morning, but she was talking to me about it. And I have these. And she hypothesized that these were the better clips because they just have one button in the middle and they articulate a little bit. And so she thinks that I'll quit breaking them if I change to these. I'm not entirely sure that that's gonna be a realistic thing. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make that work. But these are currently the same clips that I have inside the chest, and they work like this. I use the boots clip in. The reason why I'm concerned is because you can see here on this one, it is a compression fit. And it holds this in. And this kind of has a little bit of motion in it, okay? But it's not meant to really move at all. And so I feel like if this is now swiveling, that this will then articulate, just shift around like this more. So I'm not sure. This is the finished boot as it would normally be, and she thinks I should replace this clip with this clip. I could maybe do it. I'm not sure. It would, if push comes to shove and I can't find the other two clips, I can definitely change it just to see what happens. Maybe maybe it'll be better. In case I only have like 6 of these. I have these in a very tiny quantity. I ordered them on Amazon and now you can't get them. So we'll see. Also, I've considered, she sent me a link and there are metal ones. I can get metal buckles like this. Not the swiveling ones, but the regular 3-prong buckles in metal. And I think that that's pretty cool. I'm kind of excited about the possibility of that. Replacing these with metal buckles, because then you'd have a gray shiny, or a silver shiny buckle here, which would draw some attention to that. Maybe it would draw some attention away from the rest of the normal boot, but it would draw attention to this, like a real mechanical, like hard clip. I don't know. I'll keep you posted. Something that we're trying to get right. I wonder if I could Amazon some of those clips, like soon. Anyway, a couple of house cleaning things we do in the morning before we start reading. Welcome to the Awesome again. I'm Spartan John. Thanks for being awesome with us. I really can't do this without you guys. 100%. Grateful for every single one of you guys. You guys come and you keep me company, you talk to me. I'm a disabled veteran. For a lot of people that don't know, if this is your first time being around or you haven't been around long enough to figure it out, you know, you guys are my community. I build you guys. We build this together because it provides us with a place to play Halo and do crafting and experience life, all of it in a generally great space where we all uplift each other and try to make that awesome. And it's important. So thank you for being part of it, every single one of you. Don't sell yourself short. If you're having a bad day, sorry, my camera was not level, and I'm like super duper particular about it because, whatever. Anyway, take care of you. Be your best you. Come and hang out with us. Join the Discord. If you haven't already joined the Discord, do that. We have it. It's, oh, where the hell is it? Kapow, ka-chow. There you go. Discord. It's unfettered access to the Spartan space. You can come and play with us on a regular time. You can do all of the things that we normally do. Hey, good morning, Kevin. Really, really cool stuff in the Discord. You can play with that guy, Kevin. Hey, Joy, how are you this morning? And thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary, right? Like a year ago, I became an affiliate. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that it was a year ago today. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get on Amazon real quick and see if I can get those stupid clips while we're sitting here, and get them here by tomorrow. And if not, then we'll try the other clips and hope that they're okay. I don't need anything but the buckles. Oh, good. I can have them by tomorrow. Are you saying we need to spend more Spartan John points today? I mean, I'm not gonna read in the armor, so. But if you wanted to, God, I only need 2 of these fucking buckles. Son of a bitch. But if you want to, once we start playing Halo afterwards, once we're reading, then, you know, if you want to spend points making me armor up again today, then, you know, that's rich and great. I don't mind it, really. Here we go. Here's 80 of them. 80 of them. For $15. I just need 2. I need 2 and I need them by tomorrow. There's a 4-pack by Sunday. So today's Thursday, right? Grab the H5 Chief too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hello there.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy. Well, we'll get started reading soon. I was just going through the numbers and then got, you know, running all the stuff and got sidetracked. I'm just trying to buy some plastic clip buckles for my boots real quick before I forget, and trying to get them here by, you know, a reasonable time tomorrow, which does not look like it's gonna happen. Tomorrow. I might have to ask my wife to just stop and pick me up. I'm gonna ask my wife to just stop and pick me up 2 of these. I just need 2. Lena. Photos. No, not photos. Camera. Sorry, guys. I normally don't have my phone here to bother you. Boo! What do you mean, boo? This guy. We're gonna go like this. I need... Yes. I need a few of these. I need a few of these. Like 2 for my boots. Alright, I sent them to her. She now knows. And my phone is now on the mutes, so if she texts me back, unfortunately, she'll be on the ignore because the awesome has started. Okay, so I sent that. And then I need to get that H5 Chief in here. So that's the Spartan collection. Spartan collection. Oh, they have Yori in the store. Series 6. I don't see him in here. I don't see them. Boo that they won't be there in time. Oh, yeah, no. It's if I ordered them online, they wouldn't be here in time. Yeah, it's super not awesome. I sent you the link. Oh, perfect. There it is. Look at that. Wow, chow. You did send me the link. Thanks, Kevin. And there he is. L box. Yep, there it is. Holy cow. Add to cart. There it go. It'll be here tomorrow. Perfect. Yeah. So I won't get the clips. My wife will have to pick up the clips so I can fix it. And like I said, if she doesn't get them, I can change all of the clips to these round ones that I showed you guys at the beginning of the stream. Because I have 6 of these. And these are the ones that Lexi thinks that I should upgrade to. I'm just concerned about them not being strong enough for the compression of the boots. And then allowing that toe to wobble some. It'll only take me about 5 minutes to change them over once I get them. So it's not a big deal. And then obviously that black, I need some black paint to go around the, to seal the foam and go around the bottom of the soles, because I have that gray line that's circling it. Well, anyway, check it out. I'm 20. We're late. We're starting to get late. Kevin hates it when we're late because then he has to wait for a long time for us to play games. So we'll get going. 1,536 follows. Again, can't say thank you enough to everybody. We're 256 subs on Twitch. It's the most we've ever had in a single month. Thank you again. I think we're almost at 160 subs over there on YouTube now. I neglected to check this morning because I'm a terrible person, but I'll check. Anyway, it's gonna be a great day. We're gonna read this book. Yeah. Something's going on with my Discord at the moment. I'm not sure what it is, but it's like the whole screen is blank. Alright, it's better now. It is like painfully slow. I'm in the med bay. Take your time. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Alrighty. Oh, crap. Don't accidentally pause the music. For everybody that doesn't know, if it's your first time here, this is the OST. The Ambient Wonders is what we play in the background when we read. It's brought to us by Installation 00. You can go check it out. It's great for everything. Relaxing, sleeping, entertaining your party. It's just good music for the halls of your cavernous home. I like it. It's good music. Check it out for yourself. Bookmark. All right. All right, here we go. Mortal Dictata. We're on chapter 4. Mortal Dictata Act, section 1 alpha /3. Introduction and overview. 1 alpha /3 alpha. A human being shall be defined as a person recognized and accepted by a reasonable lay person as being human on the basis of form, behavior, or external appearance, and no authority shall be permitted to use any element of genetic profile to exclude a person from that definition. 1 alpha /3 bravo. A human being shall not be restricted, selected, or subjected to discrimination on the basis of their genome or genetic profile, whether altered or unaltered. 1 alpha /3 Charlie. A human being shall not be brought into existence with the intent of providing biological material or research data for the use, treatment, or benefit of another. 1 alpha /3 Delta. A human being shall not be subject to any commercial claim, patent, or restriction on the basis of any part of their genome or genetic profile, whether altered or unaltered. 1 alpha / 3 echo. A human being, regardless of any engineering of their genome or introduction of non-human or artificial DNA, shall not cease to be classified as human under any circumstances. 1 alpha / 3 foxtrot. No human being shall be subject to genetic alteration except with their express and informed consent, or in the case of a person under 18 with the consent of their legal guardian, for the sole purpose of correcting a health defect in that child. 1 alpha / 3 golf. A human being, or part thereof, may not be owned by any individual or organization. 1 alpha / 3 hotel. A human being, or part thereof, a human being shall not be cloned. That was 1 alpha / 3 hotel. A human being shall not be cloned. This is based on the UN Genetics Rights Act extended to the colonies in 2165 to prevent abuse by gene tech corporations conducting research outside of Earth's legal jurisdiction. New Time, Phoenicia, 1 week later. The world came from Savfeld just as Staffen was putting the finishing touches to the chandelier for Kirsten's doll house. His phone bleeped at just the wrong moment. Threading the crystal beads was a fiddly job that he couldn't put down until he bent the loop in the wire to stop the beads from scattering everywhere. He let the phone bleep a few more times, swearing quietly to himself, and then pressed it with his free hand. He never left it on voice activation. It was too much of a risk. "I can take you to the ship now," Savfeld said. Staffen leaned against the edge of the workbench with a demonstration. "Yes. Where are you planning to do that?" "A barren planet a long way from anyone's monitoring systems." "Okay. So what are we doing for transport?" "We meet at the airfield. Once out of Venetia space, a ship will rendezvous with us. We'll transfer and transit straight to slip space. Only a short trip, but I don't want to be followed." "As if I'd have anyone do that." "I mean, my compatriots. I hear the original owner of the ship has hired some ship mistress to recover it. So you've got a religious lunatic and an angry hen on your tail now, have you? Inquisitor is obviously a very desirable ship. If you're trying to hike the price, I'm immune. Where will you get another warship with a ventral beam? Where will you hide if your rivals realize you're here?" Savfeld went quiet for a moment. He obviously knew a threat when he heard one. "When can we meet?" "I'm bringing an advisor. It'll have to be tomorrow or the next day." "Very well. I'll call you back as soon as I fix a time." Staffen ended the call and picked up the chandelier again. He was pleased with himself. He now managed to light the entire house by weaving fiber optic cables through the walls and the floors, just like the real thing, with a small power pack and a few transparent caps from a control panel. Kirsten would have lights in every room. The house, 3 exterior walls but no roof yet, sat on a wooden table at the end of Staffen's workshop. He walked around it, scrutinizing it. The wood-burning stove in the kitchen glowed red and orange from the 2 LEPCs, and there was a painted dresser to match the Gustavian-style furniture in the other rooms. The wallpaper was in place, but he still had to source some carpets. Maybe he could find someone to make some tiny rugs for the rooms with floorboards and tiles too. It was immensely satisfying work. He liked getting things just right. Here I am creating my happy little house. No war, no government, no grief. He'd known from the moment he started making it that it was more than just a special gift for his granddaughter. He accepted that it was penance for failing to get one for Naomi, a subconscious motive buried in such a shallow grave that he could see the bones below with very little effort. Lately, though, he delved a little deeper into his psyche and seen the perfection that couldn't be spoiled. The miniature world that could shut the door on the harsh reality of adult life. Within this dollhouse, another reality could be built, a safer one, a happier one. In an underground store, he kept salted cabbage, dried mutton, and 2000 XCMA rifles, not cutting-edge technology, but more than capable of punching through light armor and flesh, along with a dozen crates of plasma weapons favored by the Kikyar. In the quarry, in the cathedral-like hangar, formed by the excavation of sandstone for the city of Newtine, an assortment of darters, albatrosses, phantoms, banshees, hornets, vultures, and other small crafts sat under tarpaulins. 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 Some planets had more sheep than humans, but Venezia nearly had more dropships and small fighters than it had inhabitants. The arms cache built up here. Some of it Staffan's, some belonging to the other dealers. Was enough to mount a coup in a large nation. It was all rather accidental. People had told him when he arrived, just a consequence of various dissident groups ending up here, bringing their equipment with them, because they had nowhere else to go, and Venezia had turned that into a revenue earner. There'd even been UNSC short swords on the black market, although acquiring the nukes for them was a tall order. And, as with all the freighters Venezia could lay its collective hands on, they just didn't have trained fighter pilots to make use of any of it. But you could acquire pretty well anything in a 30-year galactic war. Security would never be watertight. Staffan's business is dependent on this. A small fleet of armored freighters and small obsolete frigates and patrol craft were all that Venezia had by way of navy. But they'd been thinking in terms of fending off attacks from Earth, not becoming an expeditionary force in their own rights. But now we have a battlecruiser, and I'll donate it for the common good when I've worked out how to use it and get the answers that I need. That was the trouble with opportunities. If they were exceptional, then they had to be seized first and thought through later. He'd never get a chance like this one again. Staffan locked his workshop in case Kirsten visited unannounced and went into the house for lunch. Edvin was helping Laura in the kitchen, while his wife Janie kept Kirsten occupied reading a book. Janie looked up at him, and he walked in and raised her eyebrows. Staffan nodded and put his finger to his lips. It was their code for asking how the dollhouse was going and being told it was fine. Ed, are you free tomorrow or Wednesday? Staffan asked. I need someone to look at a used car with me. Lauren never asked questions or offered any opinions. The euphemism wasn't for her sake, but just as a good habit to get into with the child around. Edvin squatted to take the casserole out of the oven. Just say the word, Dad. Might take a day or two. I don't know where the testing ground is until we leave. I'll make sure I pack a change of clothes and a few extra ammo clips then. It's a look-see. Just give me a time. Noon tomorrow here? Fine. Edvin farmed and did odd jobs in exchange for favors and food. Like most of the adult population, life was a mix of barter and cash, and everyone was expected to make a contribution to communal projects like roads and schools. For the most part of it, it worked. It was certainly enforced. If anyone back on Sansar had told Staffan that he'd be ready and willing to put a round through someone's head for robbing a neighbor, he would have believed them. But he had. He wouldn't have believed them, but he had. And it seemed entirely reasonable. You didn't prey on your own. There were plenty of real enemies out there. Enemies that wanted you dead, both alien and human. The rule of law had never protected the colonies. It had certainly never given Staffan any justice. In the dining room, Kirsten coughed. To Staffan, it was just a cough, but Edvin darted away to check on her. He came back to the kitchen, looking relieved. Just sniffles, he said. What else would it be? Staffan asked. She's 6. I'm sorry. I'm just cautious, that's all. She's coming up to the age when you said Naomi got sick. Edvin was his son, as close to his father as two men could be, but he still had the capacity to shock the shit out of him, and it hurt. Kids don't all get sick at that age, Ed. I know. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, really. What do you think there really is? Some genetic disease in this family? Is that it? You don't believe a friggin' word I told you? Take it easy, Dad. No, you listen to me. Staffen wanted to cry rather than rage, but he was too hurt to let it out. His own son. How could he say that? How could he not believe him after all of these years? We never had any genetic diseases in this family. Naomi didn't die of it. Some other kid died. It was all a bullshit cover story. Because that girl who came back was never ever my daughter. Did you hear me? After all of these years, you think I'm some crazy old asshole? You know damn well I'm not. I wasn't the only one, and you know it. I'm just being an anxious dad, that's all. Of course I believe you. Staffen found himself shaking. He wasn't sure if it was from anger or shock. Laura stepped silently between them and gave Edvin a push into the dining room. It was just as well, because Staffen wanted to grab Edvin and shake him. He doesn't believe me. He still doesn't believe me. The one thing Staffen held on to was his sanity, handed back to him by an equally broken father called Andy Remo after years of knocking on doors and making calls. If it hadn't been for that one conversation a few years after the poor kid who replaced Naomi had died, Staffen was sure he would have followed Lena and killed himself. Anything that threatened to upend his certainty might plunge him back into those depths, and that would be the end of everything. He didn't mean that, Laura whispered. Come and sit down. You love chicken casserole. I made it specially. Poor guy. That was me, sorry. Staff couldn't get himself back together right then. I'll be a few minutes, he said. I need to wash my hands. Don't wait for me to start. He went into the bathroom, locked the door, and sat down on the toilet with his head in his hands. Not being believed by his own family was the most painful thing he'd ever experienced. He was reliving it right now. His shoulders shook as he fought back the tears. Lena had never believed him either. She believed the doctors. Sansar didn't have the best medical facilities in the outer colonies, but the pediatrician at New Stockholm's main hospital had been adamant about why their daughter was dying, and that had convinced Staffen that the child struggling through one illness after the next was not Naomi. It was a rare genetic mutation, the doctor said, an extreme metabolic failure that was crippling her with arthritis, making her skin raw and infected and destroying her lungs and kidneys. Did they still have any pictures of her? Staffen was sure he'd kept one as evidence, but he'd burned the rest after Lena died. They weren't happy family snaps. He only wanted to keep the ones of Naomi, the real Naomi, and remembering that now made him feel like an imposter child had died twice. I knew she wasn't ours when we picked her up from the hospital. I knew there was something wrong. She said all of those weird things about usually having more doctors around. She didn't remember the house, and she didn't want to read her books. She never mentioned the dollhouse. She was sickly from the moment we got her home. She changed, quiet, withdrawn, a stranger with my girl's face. And there was never any genetic illness in my family or Lena's. We checked. We went back through all of the records. We would have known. Staffen could still feel his fingers gripping the molded plastic of the wheelchair handles as he pushed that frail, paralyzed little girl through the park and tried to make her unhappy life a little easier. She'd had to wear a hat to cover herself up so that her raw skin and distorted body didn't upset passers-by. He hated it when people stared at her. He'd hit a guy for that once. He wished he'd killed him. Staffen knew that she wasn't his, but she was a kid, and she didn't deserve that suffering. Her funeral was a strange new low point in his nightmare existence. He both mourned her and felt relief that she was finally gone. Lena hated him for that. She could see the relief, and she didn't understand his anger and denial. She wanted him to shut up about the girls being switched. She just wanted to believe the doctors. Who wouldn't? Who would choose to believe this crazy idea that the child wasn't Naomi? It hurt more, if such a thing was possible. Maybe if we'd had another baby, she'd have seen then. She'd have seen the kid was okay, and that I was right. And she'd be here now, helping me look for the real Naomi. Staffan had been through this cycle of tortured thoughts so often over the years that it was like a familiar bus journey. He knew exactly what scenery was going to come next. And if it was too awful to watch, he could shut his eyes until the bus had passed the certain points. But the journey was always in his head, lurking behind his eyes, and there was no blanking out the images of Lena lying fully clothed in an empty bath, wrists cut, bled out. Too house proud, even in death, to make a mess on the floor. He felt the relief again and hated himself for it. And I wanted to be dead as well. I envied Lena for everything, for having the guts to do it. Staffan hadn't relived it with that intensity for years. Just when he thought he'd come to terms with that part of it, he realized he hadn't. He just parked it because it was too much to deal with. He could only focus on what he was able to do. He took his phone out again and checked through the numbers. Andy Remo's file was still in there. Staffan still couldn't delete it after all of this time. It would feel like murder, like destroying those pictures of the girl who wasn't Naomi. What was her real name? Who was she? Staffan. Laura rapped on the door. Your chicken's getting cold. Staffan stood up and turned on the tap, making hand-washing noises. He snapped back to being the guy that Remo had made him. The man who didn't give a shit about authority and was ready to spit in his face. Not the meek tax-paying citizen who kept his nose clean and thought that obeying the rules would stop his government from picking on him. Coming, honey. Staffan sat down to eat, trying not to let what he'd been thinking leave its awful marks on his face. Edvin got up, stood behind his father's chair, and put his hands on his shoulders. I'm sorry, Dad. No problem. Staffan squeezed his arm. How could he be angry with his own son? When we got back, let's have everyone around here for a barbecue. Then Hedda can eat her surströmming, and we won't be trapped with it in a confined space. I want to try it, Kirsten said, chin almost level with the table. It's horrible, Janie told her. It's what trolls eat. That's why they have to live under bridges. Everyone was laughing again. One thing Staffan had learned over the years was that you could make yourself do anything if you needed to badly enough. That night he packed his rucksack and picked his weapons, tooling up, as Remo used to call it. It had taken Staffan months to work out that this pleasant, serious, unhappy man, another father who believed he'd buried a stranger's child, was actually a criminal, and a very successful one. Nothing too violent, not unless he was backed into a corner. He specialized in fraud and robbery. He taught Staffan a lot about breaking the rules and taking care of himself. We're not mad, buddy, Staffan said aloud, mimicking Remo's accent. It's the rest of the bastards. They're the crazy ones for thinking we won't find out. The next day, he and Edvin did their usual feint to throw off any of Savfel's rivals who might have been informed that he was on Venezia and he'd come to see what they could get for it. The end of the war had thrown up fair few newcomers of various species, from Ungoi who wanted a fresh start to humans who needed to disappear now that the order and record-keeping was making a return to the inner colonies and Earth itself. Discretion was an automatic precaution. Staffan drove Edvin to the airfield, took a shuttle out to the coast, and met Savfel's vessel on Weymouth Island. He was pretty sure he wasn't being tailed, but if they were, then they definitely shook off any tracking when they docked with the Kigyar vessel farther out in the Venezia system. It was a weird-looking thing, something known as a missionary ship, all storage bays and recovery equipment, more like a factory than a vessel designed to carry Bibles and earnest men and women, intent on bringing the word to the heathens. Missionaries and missionary work had been the Kigyar's sweetener from the Covenant. They'd search for ancient relics for their masters as long as they were allowed to do a little piracy and appropriation on the side. It had seemed to work. "Another hole you liberated from the Covenant?" Staffen asked as they docked. "Now they know that their gods were just an extinct alien race," Fell said. "They don't need to look for holy artifacts any longer, do they?" Staffen hadn't left Venezia more than a dozen times in the last 20-odd years. He'd forgotten how rough a slip space jump could feel. Sav felt spent the short transit, listing what equipment he needed, occasionally glancing at Edvin, as if he was worried that he might shoot him. And Staffen was so engrossed in negotiating what weapons and transport he might be willing to part with, that he was caught short by the sudden drop out of slip space. He stood up and went to the viewplate in the forward section. For a moment, he couldn't see anything except speckling of stars and the hazy streak of gas clouds across the dense blackness of space. Then he spotted a patch of more intense black without the dappling of starlight and realized he was looking at something solid. It was hard to tell what it was or how close he was to it, only that it was big and irregular. Then the Kikyar ship moved, and he found himself looking along a short line of small, dim lights that definitely weren't stars. Now he got it. He was actually looking at the stern, and the lights were from an open hangar bay door on the starboard side. "Jesus," Edvin said, "that thing's huge." "You've seen very few Covenant ships then," Fell said. "This is quite small by comparison." Staffen still couldn't see it for what it was. He felt he was staring at one of the optical illusions that someone had to point out to you before someone clicked in your brain and your perspective shifted. Fell ushered him to the missionary ship's docking bay and into a 6-seater shuttle that slid out of the bay doors and tracked along the length of the black hull. No, Staffen still couldn't get the scale. Pious Inquisitor was just a landscape of curved surfaces, too big to take in as a single object. It was only when the open hangar swallowed the shuttle that he got the sense of being inside of a warship. The shuttle maneuvered into a berth that was level with the deck, and Staffen stepped out. Everything that hit his senses disoriented him. It was cold. The deck tugged at his boots as if the ship was still set to Sanghelios gravity, and the air smelled of chemicals, dog food, and smoke. The light was dim and purple, and everything seemed to be bigger and higher, with the controls set farther up the bulkheads than he was used to. Sangheli were big, he knew that, but he'd never seen one in person. Just raising his arms to touch a panel by the hatch brought that home to him. He could hear Edvin walking behind him. Is he thinking what I'm thinking? No, he never saw Sansar. He doesn't remember much before Venezia. He's never seen a devastated world. In a ship like this, a crew of Sangheli had calmly pressed controls to incinerate the surface of Staffen's homeworld and reduce it to molten slag that eventually cooled into glass like a lake. It might even have been this very ship that had turned Sansar into the Glasslands. But Staffen's world had already been destroyed long before then, while the buildings and the trees were still standing. There were times when he wished he'd known the Covenant was coming, so that he could have waited for it just to end his misery. But he hadn't, and here he was, about to take possession of one of its ships to use against another empire that didn't give a shit who it rolled over. There were no more than 30 Kikyar on board. The ship seemed largely shut down and in darkness, with the occasional glimpses of dimly lit control panels and passages leading off the one that they were walking along. Staffen had left Sansar on a big mining freighter, but this thing had to be twice its size. Edvin looked around. I can see why you want to dispose of it. It must need a big crew. Edvin was an old hand at playing backup to his father's business deals, so it might have been part of a ploy to drive down the price. But he did sound like he meant it. Staffen wasn't sure if Fell had heard him. They stepped into the elevator, pressed together more closely than he was comfortable for a few moments. You don't need many, Fell said, but it depends what you want to do. She can carry an army. She can take out other warships. She has pulse lasers and plasma torpedoes. Minimum. I appropriated her with a crew of 40 or so, and many of the functions are automated. Does it have an AI? The Covenant forbade the construction of AIs. Not that they didn't try to make use of the human ones they captured, but don't worry, I may be able to offer you a better alternative. I'm not paying extra for it. Fell didn't say a word. The elevator stopped on a deck that was fully lit, and Staffen could now hear noise. Kigyar noise. He took a guess that they were near the bridge or control room. Fell stood back and let Staffen and Edvin step off the platform. This had to be the bridge or the command center. A central platform overlooked consoles dotted with holographic displays. A few Kigyar were lounging around, apparently checking the status of various systems, as if they knew what they were doing. There was another bank of mauve and pink lights to the right of the doors. Then the mauve lights moved all at once in faintly glowing shape, glided toward him. What's that? The alternative, Fell said. A Huragok, an engineer, as humans call them. Staffen had heard Kikyar talk about Huragok, but he'd never seen one. It was utterly alien, despite the long, almost animal face with multiple pairs of small black eyes. It hovered level with him, a translucent bag of gas with bioluminescent patches, and wafting tentacles. The blue, pink, and lavender coloring made it look like an oversized toy. Kirsten would love it. Naomi would have been fascinated too. So this is your alternative, is it? Staffen asked. A Huragok can repair anything, improve anything. The creature just stared at him. Staffen tried to look it in the eye, opting for the largest pair. Can it talk? It uses sign language. They can understand us, but it needs a translation unit to answer you. They're artificial. The Forerunners, the aliens, the false gods, they made them. Now they replicate themselves. Does it have a name? Sometimes sinks. Seriously? Fell cocked his head. All their names have something to do with their buoyancy qualities. Why they never run out of words to describe that, I have no idea. If he's such a wondrous asset, why do you want to sell him? I need weapons and transports more than I need an engineer. And he can't replicate. He needs other Huragok to do that, and the rest of them disappeared when the Sanshayun cowards ran away. Why not sell it to the Sanghili? They have no money, and they have nothing else that we want at the moment. You mean the Arbiter's people don't trust you enough to arm you? And if the rebels catch you personally, they'll kill you? Sav Fell didn't look fazed. All those things may well be true. Much better to sell him to you. Yes? It was a plausible story, but Staffen hadn't survived in the world of arms dealing by taking anything at face value, especially the Kigyar. Why do I need him? I just want the ship. How will you maintain the ship without him? He absorbs all data he encounters. You need very few special parts for the ship, because he can make almost anything from raw material. Just as well, seeing the Covenant spare shop is out of business now. Staffen was still looking for the catch. A lone Huragok wasn't as lucrative as two that could replicate, but it was still a technical edge that no sane man could pass up. If what he'd heard about them from the Kigyar over the years was true, then they were a fantastically useful toolbox if nothing else. Staffen was a mechanic. All he could see were the possibilities that the Huragok could open up, not just weapons and ships, but all kinds of productions. Just one of the things for as long as it lasted that could transform a town. Kigyar didn't think like humans, though. They tried Imperial culture once and they decided it wasn't for them. Maybe they were right. Humans were constantly in denial about their ape-sized social circles, always pretending they could think on a global scale, when history proved every time that they really couldn't. The Kigyar had space flight and planetary colonies when we still thought tallow candles were the state-of-the-art thing. Kigyar also robbed, murdered, and shat anywhere that they pleased. So progress wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Staffen racked his brains to think what angle Fel might be playing to forgo a prize like a Huragok. Maybe the price he could get for the thing was worth it in the short-term mindset. Remember that he might well have a point, too. I hear they're a pain in the ass, Staffen bluffed. He'd heard the opposite, that all they wanted to do was work, more trouble than they're worth. Fel cocked his head left, then right. His hang on while I think of an objection gesture. If your ventral beam system breaks down, how will you fix it? It only has to work once. You say that now, but you'll get a taste for it. We're not in the business of empire building, Staffen said. This is about self-defense. We just want to stay free of Earth. In my experience, Fel said, the humans who talk most loudly about freedom are the ones who think it's good that nobody else should have any of it. Fel ambled around, probably hoping the scale of the ship would make the sail for him. Sinks wafted after him at a discreet distance. It was hard to work out if the Huragok was following him like a loyal dog or just keeping an eye on him in case he stole something. Staffen was getting cold feet. What the hell was he going to do with this? He could get a crew together, and there weren't enough ex-Covenant personnel on Venezia to train a human crew, if they were paid enough. But this was far bigger than he'd expected, despite the fact that he knew the battlecruiser's dimensions before he set out to buy it. It must have cost an arm and a leg to maintain it. He kept finding more reasons why the Kigyar wanted to sell it on. Edvin's right, I can't keep this as a private vengeance machine. I have to give it to the militia, but not yet. Give it to the Melissa. Holy cow. Edvin leaned in close to him. We can't call her Pious Inquisitor, he murmured. That's revolting. It's everything we despise. State, religion, hierarchies, witch hunts. But the name alone is going to get the UNSC's attention. I haven't said I'll take her yet. Staffen ambled across the deck to Fel and his cronies. Damn, this thing was big. Crossing from one side of the bridge platform to the other was like walking across a ballroom. Fel, what about the armament? What else is still on board? Missiles. The larger ordnance that we don't have a market for. Yes, it would be a bit of a giveaway trying to sell those on, wouldn't it? Okay, let's see what she can do. Where's that barren planet you promised me? There was one thing Staffen needed Inquisitor to be able to do above all else. I want to see her glass the surface. UNSC Tart Cart en route to New Linelli, Brunel system, known to the Sangheli as Lakil. Phillips had run out of Arum puzzles to challenge him. Naomi could tell. As he twisted the sphere in his hands, making it click and rattle, the light had gone out of his eyes. You need a new one, she said. You know all the combinations. Okay, I'm hooked, I'll admit it. You could always make your own. But I don't know all the solutions. It'd be like trying to tickle yourself. He fuddled with the polished wooden ball, obviously knowing exactly what was coming next. A small green stone dropped into the deck. I meant, you should ask Adge to make you a new one, Naomi said. BB can help. That'll keep you all busy. Yeah, that's a good idea. Phillips released his safety belt to retrieve the stone. I'm sure BB can come up with something to defeat me. Naomi waited for BB's ghostly blue-lit box to appear in the cabin to make some cutting remark, but it didn't. The AI was listening, though, either through the real-time FTL comms link to Port Stanley or via a fragment of himself that he'd split off and inserted into Tarkart systems. Phillips leaned back in his seat with his helmet in his lap, almost at home in ODST armor now. He put his helmet on and looked off and took it off a couple of times as if he was doing a safety drill. He'd been shaken by the cabin fire a few weeks ago. BB, who obviously kept an eye on him, Said he constantly practiced getting the helmet on and sealed in 2 seconds. I still haven't got the hang of this HUD, he said. He must have felt that she was staring at him, like sticking my head inside a busy nightclub when I'm drunk, too many flashing lights. Naomi had never seen the interior of a nightclub. She took his words for it. I disabled half the data feeds for you to make it easier. I know, but I tried activating them again. I want to see the 3D plot of the approach to La Kill. New Linelli. Sorry, bad habit. Naomi wasn't sure if he was pumped up about the mission or just talking to avoid staying on the subject of her estranged family. She knew the others must have talked about it. It was hard to explain to them that it was a theoretical thing for her, underpinned by vague remnants of emotions that had faded years ago, and that she was far more deeply affected by losing fellow Spartans. By any definition, they were family. But she knew that what had happened to her and her parents had been criminal and unthinkable, even if time had spared her the capacity to feel just how bad it had really been. The rest of the squad was doing that feeling for her. Her father had another family now. She was glad. He seemed happy. It didn't put anything right, but she felt less guilty for not. She didn't know what, but it was something. She just felt it was her own fault, the same way Osmond said that she did. That they both had some responsibility for being the source of so much suffering for their families. I'm okay, she said, really. Don't tread on eggs, Phyllis. You've never called me that before. Would you prefer Evan? No, I'll always be Phyllis now, won't I? The intercom popped. Starting the descent, Devereaux said. Stealth measures off. Practice your best smiles for the nice hinge heads. Tart cart set down near the RV point. Every sign that New Linelli had been a small agricultural colony had been erased by the near-stellar heat of the Covenant ventral beam 7 years earlier. When the clouds parted, the sky was incongruously blue, and the reflected glare from the vitrified land gave the cruel illusion of a sunlit ocean in the distance. And that was what the ship, just like Pious Inquisitor, had done. Naomi put on her helmet and walked a few meters as she crunched through the thin layer of glass. She kicked up fragments that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. Something that would have been magically pretty if she hadn't known how it had happened. Phillips backed the heavily laden warthog down the ramp as she swung into the passenger seat. The last time she'd seen Telcam, he'd been furious because she dragged him bodily from the siege of a damn keep. Maybe he was in a more forgiving frame of mind now. They reached the rendezvous point and waited, watching the horizon until a black dot appeared and grew into the ground transport heading straight for them. No fighting, Phillips said, taking off his helmet. Let me charm him. Telcamp's transport drew up with a couple of brutes to unload the weapons. Naomi was mildly surprised that any brutes had stayed loyal after the last of their buddies on St. Helios had finally turned on their masters. But even brutes needed jobs. Telcam walked up to her, looked her in the visor and nodded. It was an acknowledgement of a sort. Then he towered over Phillips. Scholar Phyllis. St. Heli didn't have the anatomy to cope with bilabial sounds like P. Even the ones who were as fluent in English as Telcam was. The best way they could do it was with their four jaws, and it sounded something like an F or an S, much to the ODST's amusement. Did you bring the translations? Phillips reached inside his chest plate and pulled out a small notebook. He'd taken the time to hand copy all of the Forerunner inscriptions from the Entente tunnels that he'd recorded on his datapad, adding the St. Heli translations underneath, all written out with painstaking care. The effect was one of a Bible copied by a devoted abbot. There was much more pragmatic reason for it, of course. He couldn't hand over all the images to Telcam because he and Osmond had decided to redact all of the symbols that might give the St. Heli portal locations and other hard data that they might not already have. But that wasn't what Telcam wanted. He He wanted the word of his gods. He wanted them to reassure him that they still existed despite all of the evidence to the contrary. Naomi watched Telcam as Phillips handed over what was effectively an album of signage from a garrison complex, basic housekeeping and safety warnings. But these, sang Healy, would somehow derive deep spiritual meaning from it, like some bizarre cult. There was nothing that the Niru Pe Odissima, the servants of the abiding truth, couldn't interpret as a coded message from the gods. Even a site maintenance manual for an ancient Forerunner base that had somehow passed into history as a temple. Naomi didn't find it very funny. It was actually rather disturbing. Thou shalt not commit murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not allow garbage to accumulate in the communal areas because of fire hazards. She wondered if Phillips should have doctored the transcript a little and added a few lines where the gods said humans should be left in peace. Telcam took the notebook, like a movie, Moses accepting the commandments at Sinai. Naomi was there to make sure nothing went wrong while Phillips made small talk with Telcam. She expected them to converse in Sangheili, but Telcam stuck to English, as if he thought it was more polite with her present. Would he mention that he'd hired Kigyar to find his missing warship? It was the kind of thing that allies would share, even uncomfortable ones who didn't much care for each other. Did your friend Umdama ever show up? Phillips asked. He was very convincing, sounding as if he was clutching at conversational straws. You said he vanished. No, Telcam said. That remains something of a mystery. But our war is not over, and in dangerous times warriors are lost. He couldn't have known how true that was. The last thing Parangoski wanted for Jewel was to show up again shooting his mouth off about how Oni had kidnapped him and held him at one of their research stations before he escaped. But if he had, Naomi wondered if Telcam would have kept that to himself. Maybe he could. The average Sangheili would have confronted Phillips with it, but Telcam was a much more subtle individual. He looked Naomi up and down. And you, he said, are you winning your war? That's not for me to decide, Field Master. She hadn't expected him to make small talk with her. Neither of them were equipped for it. This was one for the historians. Go on, Telcam. Tell me you're so pissed off with Sav Fel that you put a bounty on him, and you've got a Kigyar repo team looking for Inquisitor. You know you have. But Telcam didn't mention it, and he didn't ask Phillips if Osman had located the ship either. It was one of the last things she'd said to the monk, that she'd have to find the battlecruiser before it became a problem for anyone else. It was a natural thing to discuss. Maybe he'd already worked out that Osman had no intention of handing Inquisitor back if she got the ship before he did. I think Umdamna is dead, Telcam said suddenly. If he could have returned, he would have. Phyllis took over the conversation. He was good at this verbal fencing. You think the Arbiter's forces caught him? Perhaps. He has nothing useful to tell them, though. Or perhaps he ran across your troops. The ones who don't know what to do. What you did to thwart them. We haven't heard anything. If I do, I'll let you know. Just as well, Sangheili children grow up in a communal environment. What with Umdama's wife dead as well. You remembered. I just thought it was really sad for the kids to have both parents gone at the same time. Not that they know who their father is, I suppose, but they'd miss anyone they'd thought was an uncle, wouldn't they? It has been hard for them. That sounded as if Telcam had stayed in touch with the Bacan Keep. His English was too precise for that to be a slip of the tongue. Who would be the clan elder now then? Naomi realized she knew nothing about the Sangheili law of inheritance within the keeps. Are you still looking for Pious Inquisitor? Telcam asked suddenly. And this shipmistress Laz shown up again? Phillips didn't look at Naomi. He just shook his head, still searching. If the ship ends up in the hands of our rebels, we've got problems. He hadn't told Telcam any more than he already knew or could work out for himself. Shipmistress Laz was never going to make another appearance, though, not unless BB decided to resurrect her. When BB did a spot of misinformation and spoofed a ship, he really made it a thorough job. Not just false transponder codes, but a false commander too. One that had even convinced Kigyar. Naomi had to keep reminding herself that Laz did not actually exist. So how long are you going to sit out here? Phillips asked. Until we persuade more keeps to join the rebellion, or acquire enough ships to destroy all of those who refuse. Telcam said, it's an equation. As you say, a numbers game. And it would help if your Admiral Hood would stay out of Sangheli affairs and withdraw support from the Arbiter. I wasn't aware we were giving him assistance anymore. Maybe not practical support, but the legitimacy it confers is provocative. But it's just words, not weapons. Phillips was impressively relaxed. Naomi had to admire his nerve, and Sangheli didn't care what humans think. Port Stanley had left remotes in orbit around Sanghelios to transmit real-time surveillance. A stalemate was exactly what Oni had set out to achieve. A finely balanced and long-running civil war that would eat what was left of the Sangheli military and their capabilities, while Earth sneaked out the back door to strengthen its own position. But they were only months into this. They needed to keep this going for years, and arming factions in civil war had much the same success rate as buying lottery tickets. Naomi wondered if the Sangheli might ever think of playing exactly the same game with Earth and Venetia. Well, let us know if Inquisitor shows up. Phillips paused a beat, almost as if he was waiting for Telcam to come clean. Or your friend Mdama. Like you, I hate mysteries. Telcam did that little sway of the head that Naomi interpreted as regret. He was clutching the notebook of Forerunner translations to his chest in a way that made him look like he was living up to the nickname that Phillips had first given him, the Bishop. I should have sent his wife back to her keep rather than enter the combat zone with her, Telcam said. Her sons would have a mother now. I should have known better. So the Elder Board Dural wishes to fight and avenge his mother, and I've agreed to take him into my service. An apprentice, I think you would call it. A cadet. Have I chosen the right words? Sounds about right. It was a guilty moment. Phillips had been responsible, as anyone in Oni, for the fate of Jewel Mdama, the fierce Sangheli nationalist who wanted his people to reclaim their former glories. I know I shouldn't ask if that's actual Jewel's son, but it's not as if I'm going to break the taboo and tell him. Telcam just tilted his head. Sangheli males are never allowed to know who their fathers are or were. It was a secret kept by the females to give all of the youngsters an equal start in life. Naomi assumed they managed bloodlines to prevent inbreeding. Is he bitter? Phillips asked. As only a grieving son can be. Telcam lowered his head and took a couple of steps toward his transport. The meeting was over. Or a grieving parent. They're the surest enemies. Those we deprive of their loved ones. Telcam couldn't have known that he described both Naomi's father and Dural Mdamna. Just two in a list of angry, vengeful victims that Oni left in its wake. Phillips said nothing. Naomi waited for the broods to remove the last crate before she went back to sit in the Warthog driver's seat. Phillips took a few moments to say goodbye to Telcam before he headed back to the vehicle and Telcam's party went on its way. Sometimes I think he's psychic, Phillips said, or maybe he just states the crushingly obvious. What? How we make enemies? Something like that. He never mentioned that he hired the Kigyar. He's still the enemy. Why would he tell us anything? I thought you liked them. There's respect there. And there's being on their side. I never said that I was the latter. She never heard Phillips openly call them the enemy before. However implicit It was the work he now did. His whole career was built on the Sangheili. He was probably Earth's foremost expert on them, and he'd been genuinely upset by the deaths of those females and their children in Nessalin. But he lived and worked with people who had every reason to hate them. It seemed to have tempered his enthusiasm for his area of expertise. "Tell me something," he said. "Would you want to know exactly who glassed Sansar? Would you want to know if it was him?" Naomi made every effort not to wonder. It didn't matter to her. Whatever she knew and felt had to be kept in check so that it didn't get in the way of her job. Not knowing things like that was the best way to handle them. "No, I wouldn't," she said, "because then I'd have to ask the Huragok if they'd maintain the ventral beams. And then I'd have to ask which ships. Pretty soon the whole thing comes unraveled." That was what happened to her father. She couldn't argue with the logic of sense of justice. Unraveled. Yes, there were unfortunate doors that opened and could never be closed again. It was best not to open them in the first place. Former Covenant battlecruiser Pious Inquisitor approaching Shap's star. The deck shivered. Staffen felt like he was in an elevator that had suddenly accelerated. His first reaction was to check his watch, less than 2 hours transit time. And his next was to look at Edvin for the best guess as to where the Inquisitor had dropped out of slipspace. "So where are we?" Edvin studied his datapad. "We'll pick one of the 2 star systems, Cordoba or Shaps. They're both in range." Fell huddled in an alcove above the control room deck with a dozen of his crew plus his 2 lieutenants, Dak and Eth. And they seemed to be in a debate about what was going on. Staffen had picked up a few words in various Kigyar dialects over the years. He made sure nobody knew how much he actually understood. Ignorance might not have been bliss, but the appearance of being stupid, flat-faced, was a great negotiation advantage. He strained to eavesdrop, expecting this to be something about how they were going to disguise Inquisitor's lack of capacity or some other deficit. But a few words leaped out at him. Home, pay, late, enough trouble. Fell's crew just wanted to close this deal, get paid, and lie low. That was useful to know. Fell had to be under pressure from all sides. He was stuck with this stolen property that he needed to offload before his crew got too restless and before any angry Sangheili tracked him down. He'd be flexible on price. Kigyar thought they'd written the book on piracy and sharp practice, but Staffen had been taught his trade by a genuine, fully qualified 24-carat gangster. Fell had surrendered control of the transaction the minute he decided to stroll off with a warship with very few potential buyers he could sell it to. "Where are we, Fell?" Staffen asked. "Cordoba or Shaps?" He hoped Edvin was right about the system. He usually was. Intelligence ran in the family. Fell's huddle broke up and the shipmaster stalked across the deck, doing a good impression of someone who was in control of his crew. "Shaps star," Fell said. "Very good, Shaps. 3 is a waste of land. Just ancient ruins. And nobody's going to notice the energy spike out there. So what's your plan?" "We'll be in position shortly. We'll make this fast. Just to be prudent." The Kigyar trotted over to the far end of the command console. "I've launched a remote to sit on the surface and send backup images. Then we can see how effective the beam is. Actually, beams. There are 2. You haven't tested it then?" Fell looked over his shoulder at Staffen as if he was mad. He could turn his head a disturbingly long way, almost like an owl. "Of course not. Vaporizing the surface of a planet is inclined to attract attention. I meant on Sanghelios. Glassing would have been extra. We're paid to transport." Staffen sometimes wonders if Fell was joking or simply playing up the Kigyar stereotype. But he looked at the mad little yellow eyes with their split pupils and decided that the bastard meant every single word. Good. Makes life easier. Staffen could communicate with Edvin like a card cheat. A glance here, a breath there, and his son knew where he was heading with the deal. And Staffen knew that Edvin thought as well. They watched Feld tapping in coordinates. Then the bridge doors parted and the Huragok floated in. He was moving pretty fast, as if he had urgent news. Staffen was distracted for the moment, fascinated by the engineering feat of making a fairly heavy creature like that buoyant and mobile, simply with gas sacks. What do you want? Fell asked irritably, not even looking up from the controls. We're about to deploy the beam. Sometimes Sink hovered right next to him. How did Fell understand it? The Huragok appeared to understand him, but its responses were all flurries of tentacles, a kind of sign language. If the Huragok came with the ship, then Staffen was going to need a better interface than that. What do you mean, no? Fell said suddenly. Sinks backed off a little bit, but his tentacles were going crazy, like a bookmaker at a racing track. It's got to be done, Fell said. Go away. The Huragok appeared to be getting increasingly distressed. Staffen couldn't tell what the bioluminescence meant, but when the Huragok put one tentacle on Fell's arm, it was hard not to see that the gesture was an attempt to stop the ventral beams from being fired. What's up with him? Edvin asked. Fell put out a bony arm to steal the Huragok away. Artifacts, he said. We can't destroy the artifacts down there. Are they important? Just Forerunner ruins. The false gods. If they were useful like portals, we would have made use of them by now. Some of those still function, you know. It's simply that you have no guarantee where the wormhole terminates, because they haven't been maintained for 1,000 years. Fell stepped back from the console as if he'd given up on the idea, then turned towards the doors. Sinks followed him. The door parted and the two of them disappeared down the passage, and Staffen waited. The Kikyar on the bridge glanced over their shoulders as if this was a regular delay in their day. It was only when Fell came back sometime later without the Huragok that Staffen wondered if Fell had shot the creature. No, they're too valuable. He's still trying to sell him to me. I locked him in the brig, Fell said, but he might reconfigure the locks. I thought that they were supposed to be obedient, Edvin said. He shot Staffen a glance. How do you control them? They have one purpose in life, Fell said, to be engineers, to build, maintain, and repair. That's how the Forerunners made them, to ensure that they'd always be happy and willing workers. Sometimes they can be very insistent about looking after inanimate objects, but despite their strength, they're not aggressive, just annoying. Fell walked back to the console and started switching between cam feeds. Staffen could now see multiple holographic views of the SHAPS 3 and the keel of the ship, including the surface of the planet, from ground level, showering a cluster of extraordinary buildings in the distance. Are those the Forerunner ruins? He asked. Fell adjusted the controls. Yes, they're astonishing, Staffen said. Staffen had never seen anything like it. How long ago did they abandon them? Millennia. Fell was unmoved. He was used to seeing this, but Staffen definitely was not. Don't worry, I doubt they'll return to file any complaints. It was no time to worry about cultural vandalism. Staffen still felt uneasy about it, though, like nuking the pyramids of Giza. He put it out of his mind. Buildings weren't people. No matter how fascinating and awe-inspiring they may be, lives came first. Another camera gave him an aerial view of the planet with a magnification that looked like an altitude of about 10,000 meters. When the beam fired, he'd see exactly what it did from every single angle. And this was what they did to Sansar. He had to put some emotional distance between that and what he was seeing now. He'd left Sansar behind long before the place was glassed, but it was hard not to remember the house, the neighbors, the forests, the calm, except they'd all been vaporized, without memories or warning. He looked at Fell, but Fell didn't press that button, and Fell didn't take my daughter. When it was impossible to tell whose hands were clean in this world, Getting through the day was a matter of deciding who you hated the least. Staffen concentrated on the camera feed, projections, and took a couple of steps forward towards Edvin. His son was watching Fell too. Did they say prayers? Edvin asked. Fell's head flicked from side to side as he stared down at the controls. The ruff of black feathers made him look even more raven-like. What? Did the bastards say prayers before they pressed the button, to sanctify the act or some voodoo bullshit like that? I have no idea. Fell seemed to take the comment as a shared dislike of the saying healing, not the thinly veiled insult to an entire covenant that included him. I was never present for such a thing. Is everyone ready? Do it, Staffen said. He was already thinking which city he might target in due course, and how he'd feel when he was in Fell's position. It made him feel slightly sick. He wondered if the Sangheili who gave the order to fire had any misgivings, but then reminded himself that the entire Covenant War was about maximum collateral damage. It was genocide. And if I use this as a bargaining chip, then I have to be prepared to do the same. It didn't matter. Whatever question he had asked would be heard more loudly than a battlecruiser to back him up, even if he left it berthed in some shipyard. It's fully powered. Eighth leaned closer to the control panel and scrutinized it with the beady red eye. He didn't seem to bother with his formal commands and responses. He gave Staffen the impression that he thought all of the military discipline was bullshit. You may activate it now, Shipmaster. Watch, Fell said. The Kigyar spread his claws out, pressed with his palm on the large disc-shaped control. Make sure you watch, Senska. A faint, ticking vibration climbed through the soles of Staffen's boots. He didn't care or dare to take his eyes off of the screens. But the back of his tongue started to itch, an irritation that made him want to scratch deep inside between his ears. In the hull cam view, a pinpoint of the white-hot light fringed with violet expanded into a swirling ball of energy in just seconds. The projection dimmed slightly, the dark deck shivered, and the sensation of Staffen's ears became so intense that he jammed his fingers in to try to stop them and relieve the pain. Then all he could see for a painful second was blinding blue and white light. When he blinked again, he was looking down a long, narrow beam of fire, apparently connected to the surface of Shaps 3. And a heartbeat later, a white-hot ball spread like a bursting dam and turned red-hot in seconds. The beam vanished. The red area roiled like the surface of the sun, broken up by the undulating black mesh. Molten rock, smoke. Oh God. A strange wailing, keening sound, desperately animal, suddenly filled the bridge. Staffen's gut lurched. The hair rose on his nape. It sounded like souls in torment, and for a moment he himself swallowed by something stupid and irrational. It's not the dead. Look for the explanation, you're a rational man, for God's sake. But Staffen still thought the unthinkable. He hoped whoever had snatched Naomi had taken her off planet. He couldn't bear to think of her dying like that. Fell made an angry, rasping noise. Dak, go shut that thing up. He turned to Staffen. The Huragok managed to access the ship's broadcast system. That's him whining. He's upset about useless Forerunner ruins. Dak went trotting off to sort out some sometimes sinks. Knowing what the noise was didn't make Staffen feel any more comfortable, but he composed himself to look at the ground view of the strike. Edvin asked for it to be replayed a few times. Each seemed freshly shocking in a different way, especially the ground level view. One moment, the horizon was low hills and cliffs with a cluster of ancient, gigantic, thoroughly alien ruins. And the next, it was just pure white light, followed seconds later by what looked like an instant red ocean that lit the sky like a sunset behind dense black clouds. There was nothing left but heat and smoke. Even the geological features seemed to have vanished. The terrain was now almost completely flat. At least you wouldn't feel anything, Edvin said. Not unless you were a few kilometers outside the area. Then you'd know a lot more about it. Staffen was speechless. He was also stunned that the beam had erased the entire Forerunner site. He thought he could still pick out a few stumps of foundation, but that was all. His scalp prickled. Get a grip, this is not war, not a conservation project. This is war, not a conservation project. He'd have to calculate the blast radius of the strikes. He didn't even know if he could vary the output, but the Huragok would, and presumably it wouldn't care about what happened to Earth any more than what had happened to the outer colonies. So this is the Huragok ship then, Staffen said, trying to look unimpressed. I mean, that he's the resident engineer. No, we salvaged him from a wreck we found drifting. He was stranded. Fell looked towards the doors as Sinks drifted in, still making a little ooh sounds. The shipmaster strode up to him, feathers raised. It's just crumbling stone, you idiot. Shut up. Do you hear me? It's nothing important. Edvin moved closer to Staffen and gave him a discreet nudge to indicate he'd asked some questions to shake Fell down. If these Huragok are so brilliant, how come he was stuck in a wreck? He asked. Why didn't he repair it or rebuild the hull or whatever? Fell shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he was damaged by whatever destroyed the ship. Maybe all his comrades were killed, so there was nobody left to maintain him. But he's still useful. Sometimes Sinks floated towards Staffen. It was hard to see the creature as a machine. He peered into Staffen's face, which might have been an appeal for moral support or an accusation. It was impossible to tell. Then he made a flurry of signs with his tentacles, none of which meant anything to Staffen. But if the speed and the increased bioluminescence were anything to go by, it was a long and impassioned monologue. None of the Kigyar took any notice. You really need to get this thing a translator, Phil, Staffen said. He might be telling us something important, like the power's about to overload or something. Fell glanced at the Huragok. He isn't. He's just complaining and telling us we're doing bad things to the ruins. The Kigyar shrugged. They don't normally express opinions. Maybe his last ship dumped him to get some peace. Edvin checked that the power levels had returned to a steady status. There was no point buying a battlecruiser that had fired its only shot. I want to try it, Staffen said. He half expected Fell to make some excuse to avoid it, but the shipmaster seemed relaxed. Go ahead. Fell indicated the controls. They were surprisingly simple for such an apocalyptic weapon. A power readout, a simple palm-sized button, and a nav display, like others he'd seen in Covenant ships. He wasn't entirely sure how to change the aim. Sometimes Sinks hovered at his side, making odd noises. Staffen could only see him as a distressed child, desperate to stop the grown-ups from doing something upsetting. Okay, you tell me where to aim then, Staffen said. He looked into the Huragok's face, trying to connect with him. I know it upsets you. We don't have to hit the ruins. Sink moved and tapped the controls. The views on the various displays changed. He seemed to have shifted the ship about 50 kilometers. Okay now, Staffen asked. The Huragok moved away, lights reduced to a gentle glow. I understand. It's not nice to see historic buildings destroyed. It didn't take a genius to work out that the creature was desperate to avoid damaging the artifacts the Forerunners had made the Huragok. It was sense that they'd still be programmed to protect company property. There was no harm in humoring the thing, especially as he was essential to keep the ship running. Okay, Staffen reached out and held his hand above the button. It felt unreal. Firing now. He'd tested some interesting weapons in his time, everything from carbines to grenade launchers and railguns. And they'd all given him a sense of destructive power, either from noise or recoil or both. But this was so silent, so distant, so purely and utterly white, that he almost understood why the Covenant called it cleansing, even if their meaning was a perversion of the reality. He leaned on the button rather than pressing it. A tingling hollowness filled his ears for a few seconds. Every shadow vanished from the world. Let there be light. Yeah, I bet you felt like gods, you assholes. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine what bastard he wanted to see at the focus of the energy beam. But there was no face, and that was the most frustrating part of it all. He had no idea who was responsible for taking Naomi. The light died down. Better make that the last test, in case we're blipping long-range sensors somewhere, Edvin said. Staffen shook off the emotional chaos that was threatening the surface and reminded himself that he was here to buy a warship. He needed to stay sharp. He tried to ignore Sinks and focus only on Fel. Okay, I'll take the risk, he said. 20 fighters, 12 phantoms, and 1 shipping container of small arms. But this is a battle cruiser. Yeah, I admit I'm getting cold feet. I'm not sure we can afford to operate her. Fel lowered his chin, either puzzled or gearing up for a fight. I thought you were in the market for a capital ship. That's why Inquisitor suggested herself to me as the solution for your needs. She might end up being of no use to us if we can't arm and crew her. She was, as you call it, a special order. Think what you can do with all those fighters and dropships. What about the Huragok? I'll give you a darter for him. 2. 1, if he's so useful, keep him. Everybody wants a Huragok, surely. Fel cocked his head. He obviously wanted the ship off of his hands as soon as possible, and he could disappear and stay out of the Telcam's way. He needed those small vessels, too. The Huragok, well, maybe he couldn't sell him after all. They weren't on anyone's side. The creature would probably download every bit of data he absorbed while he was in the ship and hand it over to the first person who asked for it. Sinks must have known every location and data link that Fel and his crew had used, and Fel was obviously more afraid of saying Healy Wrath than he was of Venezia. Staffen waited. He really wasn't sure if the Inquisitor was a PsyOps asset, a saber to be rattled, or something Venezia might use in earnest. Once we use it, we'd have to finish the job, or the UNSC would come back and finish us. Still better to have an asset than not. Still better to have the asset than not. Same for the Huragok. Edvin said nothing. He walked across the bridge to lean on the console. On the projections, the surface of Shaps 3 was still a blast furnace. Well, Staffen said, trying not to look. Fel didn't move a muscle. I accept. Good, we'll do the handover a little closer to Venezia, establish an RV point, and we'll have everything ready by the end of the week. Staffen watched Sinks. The unlucky Huragok seemed pacified. His lights had dimmed, and he was floating just above the deck. Ah, that's where he got his name then. He sinks sometimes. Leave me the manual for that guy, too. He's got some translation device. How safe are they to handle? He can make a device, Fel said. Just remember that they tinker with everything they see. That's all. Sounds familiar. Edvin gave his father a knowing smile. Better keep him out of your workshop, then. As they left the bridge, Staffen had to pass Sinks. The Huragok reached out a tentacle and laid it on his wrist. Staffen's instinct was to jerk it back, but the touch was cool and velvety, and it was clear that the creature was trying to stop him from leaving. It was a friendly gesture. It felt like a thank you. He was attributing emotions to the Huragok that it didn't have. No, Sinks had feelings, all right. Anyone with an engineering background could understand that, because emotions were simply chemical controls to make animals do what was best for their survival. Life was a mechanism. Sinks had those controls too. He certainly got upset and anxious, and now he seemed to be grateful. You're welcome, Staffen said. You're chief engineer now. It's going to be interesting working with you. Edvin nudged him in the back. You've got a new friend here. Won't he get lonely and bored on his own? Staffen tried to understand Sinks' motivation in the same way he did the Kigyars. Huragok liked being busy people. I better find him something to do. Interesting. The last thing Staffen saw as the bridge deck elevator doors closed was Sinks drifting in the doorway, lights firing much more slowly this time. He didn't quite wave goodbye, but it was tempting to think he had. When he arrived back on Venezia, Laura seemed surprised to see them. She stood at the front door while they unloaded the pickup. "Something wrong?" she asked. "I thought you'd be gone a day or two." "Easy negotiation," Staffen said. Edvin slung his rucksack over one shoulder and waited for Laura to be out of earshot. "Are you going to talk to the militia council about this?" "Promise me you will." "This is too big for a private war." "I promise," Staffen said. "How about giving Sinks an old Calypso to play with? He can service the slipspace drive or fit it with another vessel." "He's not a pet, Dad," Edvin paused, "or a kid." "No, but he's intelligent and stuck on his own. No buddies to work with, and I need him happy." "Okay, we'll find some stuff to amuse him when we take possession of the ship." Staffen would have to pick his words carefully when he told Laura that they just acquired. She never wanted to know more than she had to, which was wonderful quality. But he needed her to know more about this. It was about Naomi, so she had to be told sooner or later. It was hard for a family to live with ghosts, but it was even harder for him to live with the thought that Naomi was still among the living, and then he might die before he knew that for sure. Pious Inquisitor would get some questions answered at least. Edvin was right, though. It was a shitty name, replete with everything he hated. What did guys do when they bought a sailing yacht? They gave it a relevant name. He'd known a man who called his fishing boat Susanna after his wife. It was obvious, really. There was only one name that he could choose for a warship like this. He'd have to call her Naomi. Chapter 5. We can, so we will. Unofficial motto of the Department of Colonial Security regarding the use of powers in the colonies. Near Apot, floating deck, Wydeo system. "So, you were shipmates before the prophets fled? I thought your particular kind preferred to be infantry." Chol made sure she took the call from Avumed Telcam in her Phantom, drifting in the asteroid belt. If he could trace her, and she was pretty sure he couldn't, then she wouldn't want to give away her position of her old clan's roosts. He'd be in a vengeful mood if she pulled this off successfully. "Skirmishers have many skills, Fieldmaster," she said. "I happen to excel in naval engagements. Are you providing a ship with this contract?" "No. We're only having this conversation because the last Kigyar I entrusted with the ship stole it. I believe the humans have a saying, throwing good money after bad. But Fell made off with your vessel some time ago, didn't he? The trail's very cold. No doubt you've already searched yourself. I can't put an entire rebellion on hold while I search for one ship, which is why I thought a Kigyar could handle this task." Chol let the insult roll off of her back. There was no face to be lost when dealing with the Sangheili. They set great store by their imagined honor, but that was part of their problem and what had now brought them down, she decided. It was all about appearance and ritual, thinking that it translated directly into reality beneath the surface. If they'd had the sense to put results first and swallow a little bit of pride to get a job done, then they would have been tearing each other apart by now. All Kigyar had to do was go through the motions of compliance in public and then do as they pleased when the idiots' backs were turned. They really are all about rules, cogs with cogs, things happening in their allotted way because someone or something else has been done according to rules farther up the line. Everything in this place, everything in its place, and no room for deviation. Dogma is getting in the way of winning battles. If I take this contract, you'll need to share much more information with me about Fell then, Chol said, because I'll be risking my own ship for a paltry fee. Which is why you didn't have a crowd of my cousins clamoring for this job. Why are you so anxious to do it then? It's a personal matter regarding Fell. Chol had no idea who Fell was, and certainly had no grievance with his clan, but Sanghili happily swallowed any nonsense about Kigyar tribal feuds, and Fell was in no position to tell Telcam otherwise. Do you know who else was in his crew and how many? Telcam seemed to be considering the question. I believe he had 30 or 40. I recall him mentioning only 2 names, Dak and Eth. I will inquire. Does this matter? Do you have issues with them too? I doubt it. I'm simply working out the mindset of the crew to narrow down where they took your ship. If I know who he's with, I may well have a better idea of where I can find them. The principle was simple. Chol wasn't going to explain it to Telcam if he couldn't work it out for himself. If you stole something, even on a moment's whim, then you had a plan, however vague it might be. You would need someone to hide what you'd stolen, and probably yourself, as well as your identity, as long as it was known. And Safel is. He must have known he'd be hunted the second he decided to make a run for it, so he must have had a customer waiting. There was always a chance that he'd had the same idea as her and was setting up his own United Kigyar Navy, but she doubted it. Most Kigyar who stole a ship planned to sell it or use it. Collecting gems and trinkets was a habit, a nest egg for the future, or a display of desirability to impress a mate. And they cost nothing to keep except the price of a strong lock. A battlecruiser, though, that was another matter entirely. They needed to be berthed somewhere, and they needed maintenance. Whatever other species might do, a Kigyar wouldn't keep it as a ludicrous trophy. Who'd buy that ship from him? That was what she really needed to know. Has he sold the ship to the Arbiter? Chol scratched the back of her neck thoughtfully. Maybe you wouldn't know until one of your keeps was reduced to a pool of lava. Telcam clamped all 4 jaws together. Even on his screen, grainy and in need of servicing, she spotted the flecks of spittle. She'd never seen a Sanghili completely close his mouth before. It made his face look as if it had collapsed in the center. Human faces were flat and disturbing, as if something vital had been lopped off, but this was even stranger. Then Telcam relaxed his mouth, and his face became a familiar, jagged maw fringed with fangs again. If he'd been foolish enough to do that, he said, he'd be dead by now. Where do you plan to begin your search? Chol wondered who else would be in the market for a battlecruiser, but decided to keep that speculation to herself for now. She wasn't being paid to do any analysis for the Sanghili. If Telcam hadn't volunteered the information, then he didn't know. And if he wanted to know, then he could pay for her expertise like anyone else. It was irrelevant anyway. She wanted the ship. All her decisions and actions would flow from that. I'll find out where his allies are, she said. I can do that myself. You'd be hard-pressed to find any Kigyar willing to tell you what they'd tell me. But he must have realized that to invite pitches for contract, he had little interest in finding out what Kigyar thought, just like the rest of his kind, or else he might have heard about the views on acquiring navies and worked out that she might have been the most trustworthy contractor for this job. But Sanghili had never understood Kigyar or even tried. Their culture and cultural arrogance blinded them. Feuding apart, Kigyar rarely betrayed their own allies. They simply liked to look as if they might, because it was good for business, and Sanghili were comfortable seeing them as a race of thieves. That made deceiving them so much easier. And 4 jaws always had to have the last word, so let him have it. 40,000 Gex will be transferred to the account of your choice, Telcam said. There was no yes, very well, or even okay. Nor did he ask any awkward questions about the ship she'd used to pursue Fell, because the Phantom clearly wasn't going to be doing the slip space jumps. The remaining 40 will be payable when you succeed and I regain control of my ship. Chol thought that still seemed a little trusting. She would have done it for less, for the fueling costs alone. But she had to feign indignation to keep her motives hidden. That hardly covers my upfront costs. How do I know you'll pay for the rest? How do I know you won't simply do a deal with Sav Fel when you find him? Because if we were that friendly, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be splitting the proceeds of the sale with him. But at least the Four Jaws was talking in terms of when she found him, not if. That was almost an approval coming from one of the arrogant bastards. She leaned forward and tapped the console. Send the payment to this account. I'll make preparations as soon as I receive it. In the meantime, send me any other information that you remember. Chol cut the link and powered up the Phantom's drive to head for Apo Port. She now needed a crew large enough to take Pious Inquisitor from Fel, and that was more than was necessary simply to move Paragon. But nobody would read anything into it. They'd expect her to do a little collecting and salvaging along the way to make the trip pay for itself. She headed for Apo, planning her next move. The port was a spidery collection of long jetties and booms arranged along a central spine, with each spine connected to a central hub. When Choi turned to make the approach to the main bay, she passed a row of ex-Covenant frigates and corvettes and scanned along them anxiously to make sure that Paragon was still on her moorings. There she was. The missionary ship looked an odd little thing next to the more traditionally designed warships, half the size of the corvette and dwarfed by the hulls on either side of her. Most Kigyar commanders had taken the opportunity to claim their vessels when the Great Schism started. And why not? The Covenant had its use of the Kigyar, and now the Kigyar would balance the books. Berths were at a premium in every dock in the shipyard, and every shipyard in the system, which meant space was tight. The port was, as the flat faces would have called it, a very crowded parking lot. And it now costs 100 credits to berth the Phantom for the day. Outrageous, criminal, profiteering. She watched the transaction flash on the screen automatically as soon as the Phantom nav system engaged the port computer. This was sheer robbery on top of the fees that she paid for Paragon. She was furious. When Paragon was ready to slip, she put the dropship in the hangar and paid nothing. Chol powered down the Phantom, set the intruder countermeasures, and stalked down the docking tunnel on her way to the hub. She bristled, her hackles rose. As soon as the inner airlock opened, she ran into the drab, brown male, who took one look at her, glistening back rough, and jumped back. She was a fearsome sight. His instincts told him to back off. That made her feel better. She was still a commander, Covenant or no Covenant. Zim was already waiting for her, squatting against the bulkhead near the main port administration office and reading a data module. His eyes darted back and forth. He was too absorbed to see her coming. Looking for another job already, she said. He jumped to his feet. Checking, mistress. For who might be where, so to speak. Do you have a contract? We do. She held out her hand for the module. Zim handed it over obediently. It was a list of ships seeking crews, complete with names of those who'd enlisted. You'll go far. Zim looked bashful. His light brown neck quills flushed blood red. To be more exact, it's about who's not on the list. Let me hazard a guess. She skimmed through the names. This was as near to central organization as Kigyar liked to come, in clearinghouse of deployment. 1 degree more advanced than rounding up the ship's company by word of mouth, and clan connections. Dak and Eighth, to name 2. Do you know them? No, but the Four-Jaw recalled the names, but not the clan names. He doesn't understand all that. He just uses the first syllable. Well, Dak is more common a name than the gay clan, so I think Fel calls on his old allies with roots to Ain. A few more males passed, clawed boots clattering along the passage, and turned to take a sly look at Chol. Are you looking for work? She demanded. The two males froze in their tracks. We've already contracted to a ship, mistress. I'm recruiting, she said. It'll be a short mission that requires frontline combat experience. Tell all of your friends. I'll be here tomorrow at the same time to take names. They disappeared with their heads trolled off. With any luck, she'd find a crew who hadn't heard of her eccentrics and wouldn't start squatting in the bars before Paragon set off. So what now, mistress? Zim asked. Other than finding a platoon in a matter of 2 days. All Chol wanted was enough names to form a pattern, some clue to work from, out of which clans might be involved in what she knew, and where to start looking. Sav Fel had a battlecruiser with a slip-space drive. That meant he could now be anywhere in the galaxy within a spherical search area that was getting potentially bigger and bigger with every passing second. Hunting someone down and confined to the ground by working out from the point of origin was relatively simple. Finding someone who could travel in any place in 3 dimensions was nearly impossible. It had to be done by educated guesses and predictions now. And by persuasion. Just find me enough males to crew Paragon and take the Inquisitor by force if we need. Unless Fel has picked up reinforcements for some reason, he has a crew fewer than 40. In the meantime, let's find out who might know Dak and Aeth, and perhaps find Fel's clan. Sim cocked his head in surprise. Why warn them? I wasn't planning on warning them, she said. I was planning to spy on them. She handed back his data module and wondered if she could still find some of her old crew from the days when Paragon had been Joyous Discovery. If they know where Fel is, they'll call him as soon as they know we're hunting him. If they don't, then we may learn what he sees as a viable customer. Who would want a battlecruiser other than Fourjaws? Zim asked. Brutes, perhaps? Me, of course. But I won't tell you that until we're underway. Ungoi never. The minor races. Where are they now? Gone home, maybe? Gone back to their resume? Their lives? There's always the humans. But what would the flat faces want with such a battlecruiser? I hear they have new ships now. Astonishing ships. I hear one bombarded saying Helios to support the Arbiter. Chol shook her head, bemused. And humans thought Kigyar were immoral opportunists with no sense of loyalty. What short memories they have. No, you're right, Zim said. What use would humans have for ventral beams now? Jesus. We're 10 more pages to the next chapter. I'm not reading a page a minute, so... Because it's 10 more pages, so it's 20... It's like 20 pages to the end of the next chapter. I'm not reading a page a minute, so we're going to call it there. In a little under 2 hours today. Hour and 45 minutes. Sorry, not sorry. I feel like I'm stumbling over my words a little bit today, and it's okay. It happens. How are you guys doing today? What do you think? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Moose. I appreciate you so much. How are you doing, my friend? Are you still watching? Also, boo that you're late this morning, Nikki. Haha. Hi. Harry, thanks for the affiliate anniversary. I can't believe it's been a year. Keep it up, man. I've been depressed recently and I hope to live to your age and keep a smile on my face like you. You've made my day bright, man. Hey, CP's 2K Clips, thanks, man. Welcome to the awesome. How are you today? Tell us some more about that, and stick around. You know, we're here 4 or 5 days a week, most weeks. I'd tell you to come and hang out with us tomorrow, but tomorrow we're going to be at the Puyallup Fairgrounds as the Infinite Chief for the weekend at the Washington State Summer Con. But you could come back for sure on Tuesday and play some Halo with us. And if you find yourself sad and you're having a hard time making it through the days, join the Discord. There are so many good people that that contribute to the benefit of everyone in my Spartan space that I am grateful for. It's 100% a beautiful thing. We've cultivated a community of vastly different people of all walks of life who want nothing but to support each other in really great ways. And man, it's just what I got for you. And here's a heart. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to get old and die anytime soon, I promise. I will be here to continue to inspire you all. I have one kid getting ready to start high school next year, and I still got lots of baseball to coach. And, yeah, it's like that. I think you did a great day today. I think you did great, Book Daddy. Thank you, Jimmy. And, yeah. Anyway, keep watching the clips and keep hanging out. Check it out. Here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to leave you with this Ambient Wonders for a second. Then I'm going to go reboot my coffee. Here's the way you can find me. Here are my friends. Here's my YouTube. And don't forget to join the Discord. If you like the sound of everything that happened today, this is Ambient Wonders. It's the channel. He's up to 1,830-ish subs on YouTube. And I want to say that probably half of those are because of us. So go support it. I'm going to leave you with the chair. It's Jimmy's favorite person. The chair is, I feel like I should be the favorite person, but I think that this is Jimmy's favorite person, is the chair. I'm just going to run into the house and reboot this coffee cup. And then when I come back, we're going to get on with the awesome. We're going to jump in the Discord. We're going to talk to our friends. We're going to play some Halo. And it's going to be absolutely amazing. Awesome. You know, all this stuff. Yeah. Anyway, here's the chair. Also, I want to shout out to my friends in the Halo Funtime server. We're going to be at HCS Worlds this year. I'm going to get a new Halo Funtime shirt. Yay! It's always a fun time. That's the... Anyway, I'll be right back. Let me go get my coffee. Stay awesome for just a minute without me. Here's the chair. It doesn't say much when it's not in the Discord, so, you know, sorry not sorry. Be right back. Holy shit, I returned. With snacks. 1 second. I realized just a second ago when I was talking to my wife that I have to find something. Then I'm not sure that I know where it is. So, hi, I'm here. Chair is your number one supporter physically. You are 100% correct. The chair is 100% my supporter. I'm so sorry I left you guys musicless. Like, Ambient Wonders literally died while I was gone. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna jump in the Discord now to hang out with my friends, whoever decides to come along. We're firing up the Halo like we always do. We're now live in the launch bay for everyone who wants to participate in that. And I am going to continue to look for something while we're waiting for this to fire up. Because I need it for this weekend. Oh, hey, sweet, I found it. It died right as you came back. Perfect timing. Oh, that's good, because I did not want... I would have sucked if you guys were just sitting here waiting. So this is my name tag. I have to remember to bring it tomorrow, because it'll be my first official deployment as the RMO of the Pacific Regiment. So whenever I'm not Master Chiefing it up, I'll have my badge on. Cause coolness, right? Isn't that cool? I think it's cool anyway. Want to make sure I don't lose that, because it's really important. I'll put it in my helmet bag so I know that I have it. That way I won't forget. You helped with those? Dude, they're awesome. I also got this guy. It's still in the baggie. I haven't figured out what I'm going to stick it to yet. I was thinking about sticking it to my cosplay crate, but when the Infinite Master Chief dies, that cosplay crate's going to get retired for something better. So, and then I don't know if I want to waste it yet. That's a badass name tag. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I really like it. You get to see it in person this weekend. Maybe regular clothes tomorrow, but fully Halo shit on Saturday. Hey, that's cool. You know, regular clothes is great. Do you need help paying for your ticket since you're coming to chase me around with a camera? I mean, I know you're coming to do your own thing too, but I feel like I should offer. Maybe I should do that off of the awesome, but you know what I'm saying. I care about you. My wife will be there, and she'll be there to help out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. She may not come on Sunday, or, you know, one of the days she might send Jack attack, but knowing that you're going to be there, she might come the whole time then. Helped a while ago with some of the Division logo designs and then the badges. I made some POA badges a while ago. Wow, that's cool. Dude, that's so cool, Kevin. I didn't know you did that. That's really neat. Let's see. Oh, the sandwich will be at SummerCon for everybody that wants to come and get a picture with the sandwich. You see the sandwich in the awesome all the time. I got several kills with the sandwich yesterday. Live. It was hilarious. And let's see. Sorry, while I'm sitting here with you guys, I am frantically trying to figure out where the hell I thought I had one remaining baggie of these clips for my shoe, and I cannot find them. I was inside using the restroom, rebooting my coffee. I asked my wife if she had seen them. She's like, I don't know. She's like keeping a lookout for them as well, because I need 2 of them. Did Lexi ever check in today? If she gets here, I want to revisit the clip conversation real quick with her, and see what she thinks about what I've got. I got one piece of 2 mil green foam here that I have to cut into little tiny side panels to glue over the sides of the shoe here. Then I'll show that to you so you can see what I'm talking about. So on the shoe sides, there's this space right here, okay? And you can see these seams. So what we will do is we will cut a piece of this, and it will set in over the top, in approximately this shape, and then I will paint it to match the boots, and so it will fill this void and it will take your eyes away from it being a problem, is what it will do. You will not notice it because it will match the boots, and that's how I solve that. That's how I solve that small little, conundrum that we've got there. These are left-handed fucking scissors. No shit. Did you know you can cut with left-handed scissors? I didn't know that. You can cut right-handed with left-handed scissors? I had no idea. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
They're scissors.
Yeah, I just didn't know you could cut right-handed with left-handed scissors. They're left-handed scissors. I want to know why I have a pair of left-handed scissors in my Spartan space. I'm not even left-handed. Well, I'll only be there on Friday and Saturday. Well, what are you doing on Sunday? Not us. That's what not you. How are you doing today, Kevin? Did you already donate today? Yeah?
Yeah, I did.
How'd it go? Was it bloody?
Yeah, considering there's
Yeah, no.
tubules and lines of it stretching across me into the machines, and there's med bays all the way down the lined up. Yeah, there's blood.
Well, Kevin enjoys a bi-weekly bloodletting. They go and they hang him from some device that suspended him above the ground, and they just slit his wrist, and he bleeds into a thing. I don't know. It's I'm surprised he's still alive. I'm just kidding, Kevin. It's not. I know it's not that bad.
Well, that's what happens. Gotta.
If he had
I won't say that.
If he had a robot body. Oh my God! Are you talking to? Were you gonna say some shit about like worshiping the devil or something, Kevin?
Never.
Never. I hope not. Let's see. Okay, we're right about like right here. That's hilarious. I'm just cutting this panel here while I'm talking to you. Let some people some more people populate. We'll get to playing. I'm already in the menu, so I haven't switched to the game mode, but obviously everyone can hear the music. How else are you doing today, Kevin?
It's a nice day. It's not too hot. There's a nice breeze. It's a nice almost summer day.
Almost summer day. That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't I think summer's tomorrow, isn't it?
Hey Siri, when is the first day of summer?
Summer begins June 20th and ends September 21st.
Yep, tomorrow.
Summer solstice.
Summer solstice. So I believe, if I've done this right, and I'll tell you in a moment because I'm still cutting with these stupid backhanded scissors.
I will not be coming up there for the con.
You will not be coming to SummerCon.
Nah, with Keith David ditching, I just, that was kind of my major. I'd rather scrounge up and pack away my money for a Halo centric event.
For HCS?
Yeah, or the Portland Retro Game Expo, or
Are they doing, are they gonna do, okay, so see, I just cut this little panel like this, you see, it's just, they just rounded the corners. Well, I didn't round the bottom edges because I'm gonna check it first, but, and see, I done fucked up AA run. So, see, I'm gonna cut it again because it doesn't fit quite the way I want it to. You know, the purpose is it's supposed to just cover the seams and fit between the shoe, and and then it'll match the shoe, but it looks crappy, so I'll make a better one. You were saying, Kevin? Go ahead.
A good night last night playing tactical.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I must have, the server gods must have blessed me because I could do no wrong. So I was
All right.
Jumping around, bullets were bouncing off me. I was just turning and swiping my gun, mowing people down.
You could do no wrong. Wow. All right.
I know I've been on the other end of that, but when I get that, it's just nice to
Yeah.
partake.
Yeah, I mean, right? No, that's funny. That's funny, Kevin.
Yeah, I kept butting heads with some other guy. Yeah, he was getting upset. I must have played like 4 games against him. I think one time he was on my team, but other times he was just like, "What are you doing?" Hey, he was definitely on the receiving end of my blessing.
just sending you messages like, "Wow, why you gotta be doing me like that, bro?" or whatever. Yeah, no,
Well, sometimes,
yeah, go ahead.
sometimes the server host or whatever it is just so one-sided.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
When those guys that go 20-5 or 20-8, when they're in their double digits and everybody else is like like breaking even or such,
Right.
it's like, you just tell. I mean, yes, some of it's skill, but some of it a lot of times is it's like, oh, they got the connection, they got the host, they got
The server is just in their benefit.
yeah.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, that's funny, but you were giving it to him last night, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sort of sad that I missed it, Kevin. Last night, what did I do last night? Oh yeah, so last night, my son, one of the kids from the baseball team, his parents got a hold of me and was like, "Hey, can our kid hang out with your kid?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was gonna take Jack bowling anyway. And so they were like, "Well, do you want to meet us at whatever?" And I met him in Gig Harbor. And it as a parent, I'll tell you this, as a parent, it was crazy to me because I have never it didn't occur to me until my parents on the ball team were like, "Hey, we're just gonna drop our 14/15-year-old kid off at the place and give them some money to go bowl and arcade and have something to eat on their own, and we're gonna go do whatever we want." And that just blew my mind, like just mind blown, because I haven't thought about, like, as a kid, that's totally something that would have happened to me. My parents would have been like, here's $10. Go to the arcade. Don't fuck it up. And don't get in trouble. And we'll be back. Or whatever. You know, we'll be over here doing our thing. You know, gambling or whatever it was. Never even occurred to me that I could do that with my own kid. Not even once. Like, oh, I could just leave my kid here and, like, go do something else and then come back and grab my kid when I'm done or when they're done. So I went with the parents of the baseball player, and we walked like 5 miles and saw some really cool shit. I didn't realize this is trail in Gig Harbor. It's called the Cushman Trail. And I knew that the trail existed, but I didn't realize that I know this. It goes all the way from one end of the Gig Harbor all the way to the Narrows Bridge. And apparently, if you cross the Narrows Bridge, that trail continues even further through like Veterans Park and up into Tacoma there. On the narrow side. I had no idea about any of that. So we walked yesterday from the Gig Harbor Plaza, where there's the Ross, and there used to be a GameStop, but you know, fucking GameStop, Jesus Christ, them guys. Anyway, we walked from there all the way up to the last exit on the highway before the Narrows Bridge, and then we walked back because we had to get back to the boys. It took us about 2 hours. We walked. I think we were like, it's like a little over 5 miles round trip. It was fun. It was a cool experience. Great hanging out with those parents as a parent and not a baseball coach. I thought that was cool. You know, it's always nice when when the, you know, they wanted to hang out with us too. Like, hey, yeah, no, you know, they're like, you're really great people. Our kid really enjoyed being on your baseball team, being on the baseball team. Like, because of you, our kid wants to play baseball. Like, not just this one season, but wants to continue to try and play baseball. And they're like, that's cool, because he hasn't been athletic and until, you know, he hasn't been interested in this kind of stuff. And so yeah, it's nice. You know, I get a really cool opportunity to impact your guys' lives in some really surface kind of ways. Like, you know, I interact with a lot of you on the Awesome here, you know, and I've made friends with some of you who join the Discord and talk with us on a regular basis. You know, some of you have been to my home and had dinner with us. So, God, Johnny, why don't you just go get a fucking pair of right-handed scissors instead of using these lefty scissors like a moron and trying to do this? I literally don't understand why I'm still here trying to make these scissors work like it matters. I could just go get a pair that I can use, but anyway, my wife will be really happy when I give these back because they're like really expensive fabric scissors that she's been looking for. So I probably should.
You're using them?
Yeah, probably shouldn't be using them on this craft foam.
That was that's a. My mom was a big crafter, and you used her fabric scissors on something that wasn't fabric. It was hell and high water.
You son of a bitch! Yep, you heard it here first. Spartan John is breaking the law. Jerry would be so upset right now. That's Nikki's late mom. She was such a good friend of mine. I miss her a lot. I'm doing it, Jerry. I'm abusing the crafts. I'm abusing the fabric scissors. Sorry, not sorry. Just gonna like make the power go out or something. She's gonna get me back. Or she's laughing. She might be laughing right now. She might be laughing. If she's watching over us still, if she hasn't become a new person. She might be laughing at us at the moment. Okay, we're gonna round this edge too. Nikki, say something. I saw the chat go. You don't see fabric scissors or anything except frantic. You sure she's probably up there laughing right now? Just the right amount of mischief. Hey, you know what? You can sharpen these fabric scissors. You can just sharpen them. All right, so I have to make two. Go ahead.
Most people don't know how to properly sharpen scissors.
So I'm gonna have to make a few more of these, but it will look like this, and it will cover that gap, and it will glue on here, and then I will paint it, and it will be the same color as the green on the shoe. And I'll do that to both sides on both sets of shoes, and then these will be finished. They'll be finished tonight in time for tomorrow. As long as I find a black. I don't have. I'm supposed to have a black foam sealed paint. I usually use the Plaid Effects brand, but I wasn't able to get any in time, and so I'm really trying to figure out how I'm going to seal these, how I'm going to eliminate the sneaker look of these boots right now, because they're like New Balances with this one piece of gray foam at the bottom. It's literally like Air Master Chiefs right here with this piece of gray foam on the bottom. So, yeah, I gotta figure that out. So there you go. So I'm gonna make a template, and I'm gonna cut 4 of these out, and then I'm just gonna glue them on later, and that's gonna be the end of that. We'll finish the shoes, and the shoes will be great. I'll post a picture of them finished tonight on Instagram before the before I go to the convention with them. They're gonna be great. Oh, shit. Did you already have breakfast, Kevin? Did you eat something? Yeah, I didn't hear you. I know
Yeah,
he's...
I had breakfast.
There he goes. There he goes. I heard
And
you
lunch.
that time. And lunch? Ooh, what'd you have?
Chicken.
Did you say bacon?
Chicken.
Oh, chicken. Looks like my man's Ron Swanson right here, ordering all of the bacon.
And it's the 4th food group. Bacon on donuts, bacon on ice cream, bacon on pizza, bacon on everything. Bacon on bacon.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know about bacon on pizza, but bacon, a lot of
What?
places for sure.
Bacon on pizza is awesome.
I don't know.
Has
I don't
to
know.
Go with that bacon cheeseburger.
I mean,
The pickles.
bacon cheeseburger, yes. I don't know about bacon on pizza. Bacon on pizza is awesome. I mean, bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers, bacon on bacon.
I've had bacon deodorant.
Did you say you lubed yourself up with bacon fat? Did I hear that right?
No, I said I had bacon deodorant before.
Okay. Made of bacon or smells like bacon?
Smells like bacon.
Okay. Let's see. I see you, Woofy. Let's see. I mean, you have Canadian bacon on Hawaiian pizza. Or for everyone that's not in the Pacific Northwest, I guess it's called ham. Always been Canadian bacon to me. Kevin, can you help us with that one?
It's ham, but yes, people also call it Canadian bacon, which is just wrong
Why is it wrong?
because there's only one true bacon.
Okay. Are you just saying that American bacon is the only bacon? The belly fat bacon?
I wouldn't say it's American bacon.
Mm-hmm.
I think bacon is worldwide, but I mean Canadian bacon is just like bacon in name only. I mean,
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, because like Gordon Ramsay's got like 4 or 5 different bacons that he cooks with, different types, like. And it's not all American bacon either. BLT's for dinner tonight, Scott says. Mm-hmm.
oh yeah. Oh, I loved for the longest time. I loved tuna fish sandwich with bacon on it.
Okay. I'm not a tuna fish guy, but I could see how that would be better. Bacon and some greens, like collard greens. Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't really have a salad without bacon bits.
Well, you can. It's just not as good. Hmm. There's this place called Legendary Donuts. Every Father's Day, my wife brings me a Father's Day donut from them. They used to do a Father's Day specific donut, but now they don't. So, instead, no shit, she gets me a maple bar that's like as big as this card. Maybe it's even a little bit longer. Maple glazed bar with 2 strips of bacon on it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For a little while, you could get, bacon maple bar. That's what I'm saying. For a little while, you could get a bacon sundae at Dairy Queen. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, I've had bacon shakes before. That's really good.
I could imagine a peanut butter parfait with bacon in it. I could imagine that would be a great combination to add to that concoction of flavors. I would die immediately if I ate it.
The amount of things you can just wrap bacon around and then fry it is just, you know, it's like super fuel. It's like nitro.
My the Korean general store down here at the corner is owned by some Korean people, and they sell a Polish hot dog that is wrapped in cheese and bacon. And the cheese and I got coiled from the man lift. The cheese and bacon is like a wrap around the Polish dog. And it's got like I want to say it's like a phyllo dough or like a egg roll paper on it as well. It was really cool, very interesting Very interesting. I call it the heart attack lunch. You just eat. It's like $4 for that motherfucker. You eat it. Mm-hmm. Please tell me that guy died. Yeah, he did. Ha ha! That was so cool. I'm dead. Should have kept running. I didn't.
Hammer on me.
Hammer on you, Roger.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where.
Rocket's up. They're going for rocket.
Rockets, Roger.
Power items available. Overshield acquired.
Sniper top center.
Sniper, Roger.
They ignored rocket. Rocket's still up there, I think.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
going. I'm going for him.
They got it.
They got him? Okay.
Lost the lead.
Yeah, they got me. They have one rocket left. They're on yellow. You're all by yourself.
Roger.
Like perforating.
Oh, freaking
Falling back
A.
at you guys.
Power weapons are on the way.
A 7 to sniper.
Power weapons are here.
Oh, I'm dead. God, that was a great grenade. I walked right into that stupid... God damn it. I'm on red. Oh. God. Love to see that, that kill cam. One here.
Double kill.
7 to rocks. I'm going.
Shields up. Both sides.
Oh, thanks.
Free. Triple kill.
I'm dead.
Halfway to victory.
It's on me. 2 rocks in the tubes remaining.
Kidding me.
Tried to warn you. Two there, 2 weak. 1 right side also. Spawned right into him. That's great. I got 1 on me I'm fighting with right now. He's weak in the basement, or on the bridge. Bottom bridge. That was bullshit, too. Too weak. Left side. One in the mid.
Power items incoming.
Power items incoming. 6 seconds to rockets. I'm pushing them now.
Yeah, top center.
Rockets are loose somewhere. I'm not sure where. I died pushing him. He shot himself, killing me.
Nearing victory.
Wasted 2 rockets on me, douchebag. All for what? Overshield is broken.
5 minutes remaining.
I'm alone at blue.
45 that shoots hot nails.
I'm coming to you guys. Gonna be spawning at Kevin again, I think. There's fight at mid, too. 2 fighting at mid.
Victory.
Nice. Nice job. Quiet day today. So far. So far, it's a quiet day in the awesome.
Nice weather. Everybody's out doing stuff.
That's true.
Yeah, my sister put our swimming pool up for rent.
Oh, really?
People pay $100 an hour and they book out like 4 hours at a time.
Wow. That's, wow.
And cleaning up, painting any little patches, fixing
Yeah.
any little things, make it, more presentable, and got it listed up. She's already got 3 bookings.
Wow, that's cool. That's like, my buddy does that with his RV. He does something called RV share. So whenever he's not using it, he like rents it out to people. There's like insurance that covers him and insurance that covers the people. So like, if anything ever happens, it fixes it or replaces it. But
Same with yeah.
it's kind of like Airbnb for your pool.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But we got a pool house, and it's got a shower, and it's got a bed and a kitchenette, and it's got 2 refrigerators and a freezer, and we've got a couple patios with different tables,
Mm-hmm.
a whole bunch of lounge chairs, infrared sauna.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a quite nice little area.
That's awesome. Mm-hmm. So I'm just snacking on this crunching bun. Again, I've not gotten Cheez-Its yet. My son gave
Put
me...
'em- Did you put them on your Amazon munch list?
Did I put... that's a really great... I added a bunch of stuff to the shopping list that were snacks, but I don't know if I put Cheez-Its on it or not.
You just need to make a public list so that people can buy it for you, and it automatically ships to you.
I 100% do. It's right on the bottom of my, right on the bottom of, I just got YouTube, Woofy says polite bacon. He must be talking about Canadian bacon. It's so polite. No, I have a shopping list on the bottom of the Twitch. You can get on it. It's got some Halo items. It's got things that the Spartan Space could use to be, more awesome. Anyway, it's a bunch of stuff there. You can check on it. It's got snacks on it now, too. Some of my favorite snacks that you guys have seen make appearances in the awesome. It's on the list. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if we'll see Jimmy today. Wait, we got a Dust. Hey, Dust, I was thinking... She's just in here. She won't talk, but she's here listening. I was thinking about you the other day, and we miss you. I hope that your scholarly pursuits are still doing great big things. Yeah.
Waiting for someone?
I was waiting to see if we were going to populate a Jimmy. We'll keep going without him until he arrives. It's usually about now that he just... His presence just shows up. It puts the lotion in the basket. What are you doing tonight, Kevin, after this? There's no sports tonight. No Mariners. Hockey is over. Basketball sucks, so fuck those people. I don't really, not trying to offend everybody out there. I just don't like basketball. For reasons. The NBA can never come back to Seattle, and I won't be sad about it. All these people, the Sonics might come back. You don't know what it was like when they took the Sonics away from us. The NBA is crap.
Isn't soccer going right now?
Oh, is soccer going right now? I'm not a big soccer fan. That's kind of the, for me it's baseball. I used to do NASCAR.
Wait. You're a sports guy and you're not into the largest sport there is?
No, I don't do football. No.
Soccer is like the worldwide sport.
Nah. Formula 1 is a worldwide sport. Soccer is just all right. Right.
Slayer.
You heard it here first, people.
Oh, guess what?
What? You crashed already?
I'm looking at a blue screen of death.
Of course you are. Kevin always is crashing.
It's literally at the load screen with blue screen with the Halo array breaking.
To win it, Slayer. Just kill the other.
And you're just sitting in the menu watching the Halo, in the load menu.
Yeah, it's just the little UNSC
Yeah.
things going in the corner. And the static blue image of the Halo that's being broken.
It shows that you're in here. Shows Woofy's in here too, but Woofy appears to be AFK.
You are by yourself.
Okay.
Am I just standing around?
I don't see you anywhere. Yeah, I don't see you in the match. It says that you're here, but I don't see you spawned anywhere. Woofy is moving around, I think, now. Or maybe he's just died again. And these guys are just running around with the power weapons Yeah, Woofy is still just AFK.
Spartan down. Above us.
And these guys are just power weaponing it up.
It's funny because my screen is not frozen. I mean, the little message at the bottom of the load menu is changing. You know, the little hints and tips.
Yeah.
And the UNSC emblems flashing away. But yeah, I'm just here at the, like I'm right before the game.
Power weapons are on the way.
How
Yeah.
about that?
And in the meantime, I've got Woofy still in here. The fuck off of that shit, you dumb.
And look who just joined.
Oh, and then I just killed our teammate on accident. Is Jimmy here? I told you. Right about now he populates. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave the game since I have no teammates in it and I'm just getting hosed alone. I accidentally disconnected. You should back out too, Woofy, if you finally decided to play. He was AFK. He was just in there, not running. Like, he would just be standing there. So I don't know what's going on.
Being needed a minute.
In any case, I have hot extracted back to the lobby.
The lobby.
What's up, Jimmy?
Master has given lobby.
How's your day?
Good, man.
Yeah?
How's your day?
That's been a pretty good day.
Yeah,
I mean,
It's
No.
great. I didn't have a lot of work to do. I made a cinch bag out of yarn.
yarn!
Yeah, and I had this
Nice.
awesome guy with a great voice. He was just reading to me the whole time.
Well, thanks.
A really interesting story. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I like that the first chapter that we read today just started straight with, like, these are the laws of how you treat people. And I was like, man, it'd be really great if we had something like this in real life that was established by everyone, wouldn't it?
Right? You can't bioengineer humans unless it's for their benefit.
Looking at you, world. The eugenics wars are soon upon us, just in case you didn't know.
I wonder if that includes robot arms. Does that count as like an enhancement?
Yeah, I
Or
think
is
it
that, like,
does.
medical benefit?
I think it does count as an enhancement. The benefit of robot arm is you never get tired when you're doing nefarious things alone in a movie theater.
for your mealtime.
Auto jack sequence initiated.
Auto jack sequence initiated.
Have you gotten to the hot, sweaty sex scene in between Naomi and Mal yet?
Are you fucking kidding me? Stop it. Stop it. with that.
Spoilers.
It's not really gonna happen, I hope.
I want them to expand more about the relationship between Phyllis and the Pelican pilot, the Tart pilot. Devereaux, right? Devereaux, yeah.
Devereaux.
I want to see how that plays out. I want that. I want to cultivate that romance.
I don't think
An
we
interesting
need
dynamic to me.
hot take. I don't know if we need romance in Halo.
Oh, and then the Huragok interrupts him. It's hilarious.
Oh, nice.
Spoiler alert, apparently this is gonna happen. So, if this is gonna happen, when we
Wait,
get...
if a Huragok's there, does it count as tentacle porn?
Oh my god, Rule 34 is happening in my Halo? What the fuck, Kevin? Look, here's what's gonna happen, alright? This will be Act 2.
BB chimes in.
I hope not. Hey, you're supposed to put it in the other hole, asshole. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Look, anyway, check it out. If that actually happens, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna turn the light red, and I'm gonna turn on some shitty music like last time. And it better be better written than last time. Like, if I'm gonna read it, it better be fucking good. You can't have bullshit garbage smut in my Halo. If it's gonna be in there, it's gotta be good, alright? Like, you know. I'm just saying. Motherfuckers. Keep that shit out of my
Case
Halo.
could be made that all of Halo is a romance story. about the budding relationship between Cortana and the chief.
Oh,
Eventual divorce.
Jen hates that.
Does she? She hates that
Jen-
she is like the sex
any-
symbol of all of the brains of like.
Anytime anybody brings up the relationship in between Master Chief and Cortana, she sees it as a compadre.
Compartmentalizing?
No,
Projecting?
she compadres, compatriots.
Oh, she sees them as united in the same cause as, and she's
Yeah.
like there's no. You see, now here's the thing. I feel like from her perspective, she's probably right. I feel like the AI Cortana. I feel like the AI Cortana, with exception to the end of what is it, Halo 4, where they've defeated the Didact, and there's this really emotional moment where they're floating in this instance in time, and they're the same size, and she touches him, and there's that moment. That's Halo 4. I feel like the end of Halo 4.
Mm-hmm.
And besides that moment where they sort of addressed that relationship from Cortana's perspective and having it be more attracted than maybe initially before, you could totally see it from Chief's perspective being like, it's more than just my job, because she's literally been inside of his head, like knows his thoughts, like the most intimate of intimates he has experienced with her. So it's not surprising that would be from Chief's perspective something like that, but from Cortana's perspective, until Halo 4 happened, it's totally possible that she's just another AI. I mean, there are a lot of movies like that where I didn't see it, but that movie Her, where the guy is like falls in love with an AI basically.
Yeah.
Once again, I haven't seen it, so I don't know where that goes, but my wife watched it and told me it was okay. But yeah.
But that's totally different, though. I mean, because that's an external entity. I mean, this book alone with Naomi and Bibi shows you how close they can get with, I mean, basically controlling all the different hormones and stuff like that, and actually being able to play around with memories. It goes so far beyond just having a talking or experience it with another entity. I mean, it's almost like a Vulcan mind meld, if you want to put it that way.
All right.
A good series that really touches off on it is if you watch the Netflix series of Black
Mirror.
Black Mirror, yeah.
God, I love that. I've watched bits and pieces. I've never watched every episode because I just haven't. But bits and pieces.
It's like season 4, season 5 really plays up with the artificial intelligence in the head deals.
I really liked the Star Trek episode that they did. I heard they were doing another one or had done another one. I haven't gone back and seen it.
There's a few episodes of Black Mirror where they basically they implant a little device in your head. It studies and watches you for like a month or so, and basically clones your brain by watching you, and then they take it out, and then they can put it into like a smart house or smart devices, and it will predict everything that it knows how you like everything. So it anticipates all your wants and needs. And they take the that episode even further, where they will duplicate that, and the police can like torture the AI,
Oh.
and it's actually legally they can legally crack the AI by any means and get you to admit crimes and stuff like that. So it really takes it really far.
They could get your AI to admit that you did something you didn't do.
No,
Oh.
if they crack your AI and your AI says something, they can actually bind it to you.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if it says it did something, then they can basically hit you with that crime.
Mm.
Kill to score, score more to win.
I'm going for sniper rifle. Oh no, I'm not. I'm going for mutilator, and then I'm going for overshield.
Rockets. They got me. They
got overshield?
and rockets.
Rocket should
Burned
be
to active
dead,
camo.
but he might have lived.
Rockets
Two on the
down.
far right.
Rocket's down, Roger.
Two down this way, in the street. I burned camo on them, so they're mad about it. A little bit.
Oh fuck! One underneath. He's underneath the concrete there.
Sniper got on my X. He's back tube, down low, towards Kevin.
One.
I'm chasing you, Kevin.
Oh, what happened? Oh,
I missed my
they're
shots.
back there in the.
The tube, yeah.
Jesus, two in the top floor of the house.
He's got rockets back there in the tube, yeah. Don't go in it. He's got rocks in there.
There's two in there. There's still one in there on the right. God, I need to hit my shots. God damn it. Active camo in 20.
Sniper's still down in the pipes.
Sniper in the pipe, Roger.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where.
Piping it.
He's not there now. I just fucking grenaded it and he was gone.
Rockets,
Power items.
they're going on rockets. Get rockets.
Rockets, yeah, Roger. Going for rockets. Not gonna get him. Might get to the overshield. I got overshield. I got sniped right before I was able to use it.
Dude, sniper's weak right there. Jesus fucking Christ.
They're going for rockets.
In the
They're on
corner of my
rockets.
X.
We're getting worked.
Yeah, we are at the moment. It's okay. We got time. Rockets are down.
Overshield's
down
on
here.
me.
Overshield is broken.
Sniper's right here.
Sniper there, Roger.
I'm coming behind us.
Needles, nice job.
At him.
Pull that guy out. Okay, teammate. There's one on the teammate here, weak.
Rockets just got me.
Rockets, yeah, I saw him.
Freaking A.
I got no eyes on him now. One out in the street, pushing up to you guys. He's coming left, right into you. Pull him this way, pull him this way.
Coming to the back of the head. Sorry, Kevin.
No, you're fine, he's down.
Far right.
We want to push to the mutilator and the overshield again, together.
We've lost a teammate.
Yeah, I
Here's
shot you with a gun.
20, 20, 20,
Over.
or 20. One here. Oh, two here now, two.
Back it up.
I'm dead,
Nope.
I'm dead.
Mine.
Two here. I'm on the way back, on the way. One to
No
rocks,
eyes.
one to
We got power items in play.
2 down here still.
2 in the top of the house. 2 in the top of the house.
Fucking rockets.
Rockets, Roger. They're gonna get overshield now.
I got rocks.
They got overshield as well.
Okay, I shot him with 2 rockets and it still didn't break the OV?
OV is broken now.
Where's the math in that?
I saw that. I saw that happen. I saw it live on my stream.
Dead now. Top of house is chipping me. Oh, they're back of house 2 behind you. Behind you, Kevin.
Rockets are up there.
What's a BXO?
On the way to you, Kevin.
1 down to your right. Yep. I got him.
One here, one here. I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. He's right there. He's pushing in the front now. He's weak. They're
Yeah, they're
down,
all over here. They're in the garage.
16. They're kind of bullying us in one group together. Cannot.
1 above me. Over in this corner by the garage.
Yep, I'm here with you.
Enemy team nearing victory.
One here. 2 here.
Stuff coming from who knows where.
One here, one here.
We got power items.
Got him. He's dead, John.
Nice, okay. Working
Another
in
one
it.
here, the same doorway.
Oh shit, I'm about
Shit,
to...
you left.
I'm out at pipes, yeah. I moved immediately.
Street just took me out. He's under bottom floor. John Kevin.
Lost a teammate.
How did I die? I got rocketed? One just pushed where you guys left. He's down. These guys are getting the best of me this match. I'm just, like, slow.
What the hell?
4 more bullets left.
2. Every time I'm getting shot, it's by 2 at the same time. They're just peeling us
Yeah,
apart one at a time.
Together
find
and then
who's by
isolated
themselves.
back there.
Coming to you, John.
Yeah. 20 to overshield. Yeah. That's rough. You carried us, Jimmy. I only had 5 kills. These guys were finding me every single time, and just it was always a double team for me.
They got the drops on the power at the start. That's what gave them the run. They got rockets more often than we did. And they held that pipe spawn with the sniper really well.
Yeah, they
Very
did.
defensive. That's what gave them the run up, and then they just hung on to it.
Nikki says, "Go, Jimmy, go."
Yes, go, Jimmy. Go.
Yeah.
Yep, that's my one for the day. Time to carry, Kevin.
Time to
By
carry.
that I mean Kevin. It's time for Kevin to carry me. I did my one
Oh,
for the day.
gotcha,
I
gotcha,
still went negative.
gotcha.
All broke even with assists.
I'm gonna change my pants. I've changed my pants now. Just check the store again, just to see if they've changed anything, knowing demo that they haven't. Yep. Yeah, they didn't change shit.
Room for more?
Yeah, we got room for one.
I'm less than 4,000 points away from getting my Hayabusa.
Oh, nice. Hey.
Yeah. When I started it, I was at, I think, 12,000.
Okay. That's good. That's good, man.
Yeah. I'll have to post it in chat later too. I got a double kill Quigley last night, or a no scope Quigley last night.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it felt really good.
Dude, with which sniper did you get it with?
The standard.
Okay. That gun still I cannot shoot that gun from the hip. That gun specifically, that gun. I also have trouble. I have less trouble with it now, but I have trouble with the skewer not zoomed in as well.
Yeah, it was a lucky shot. I made 2, missed, and then just like fired and got both of them. So
Nice job, man. That's
I'll take
cool.
it.
That's really cool. That's great shit.
I have I recorded it, so when it's done, I'll post it somewhere.
Yeah, there's Halo clips, like game clips. There's a whole bunch of different places to share clips in the Spartan space. So definitely post it. We'll love to see it. That's cool stuff. I love it when the community does cool shit, and then comes and tells me about it. I wish the community could tell me where that bag of clips that I had went.
With the sock gnomes.
I don't think it's a sock gnome. I think that the washing machine and dryer open separate wormholes to somewhere.
That's confirmed.
I think it's the same place that the Tupperware lids go, actually. Like, there is a world somewhere that is just socks, underwear, and Tupperware lids. And I feel bad for those people, because I know people do laundry fucked up ways. It's fucked up. I'm just saying. Some of these stank-ass, like, athlete's foot sock just hanging out.
Oh, shit.
Kevin just runs in.
Oh, I rocket off, but they killed me.
Fuck.
Invisibility.
Invisibility got me. He's got rockets. Right in the middle of my reload.
Damn it.
Oh shit. Invis in the middle somewhere.
Keep your head down.
One here. I'm underneath. There's 2 in control. 2 pushing me. 2 pushing me in the basement down here now. They're gonna be right here. One in their tower on turret.
Oh, yeah, sword in freaking control.
Their turret is down. As in down off of the platform, walking with the turret.
Copy, so is ours.
One here. He's here.
Me above.
I'm also getting chipped from here. They're pushing rockets together, 2 of them.
Been muted this whole time, calling out the sniper and freaking control.
Rockets are
Derp.
dead on my X. Rockets are dead on my X. I'm gonna see if I can go get them. They're on the opposite
Sword and
side of the
sniper
map
back
from
here,
me.
in control. Get after it. I'll watch this side pickle. Yep, I got a guy chucking nades at me. Get me. You won't. Yeah, they're tower 1.
They wasted 2 of the rockets on me. There's 2 in the mid, 2 in the middle, with
On the
one with
stairs
rockets, one with BR in the middle.
2 here. 1 down.
Freaking
went low.
A, I keep getting doubled.
He's broken.
Yeah, there's still 2 here, still 2.
Nice. Well done, Kevin. Can you catch those,
Grenades? No.
no,
Coils,
the other
yes.
ones,
Coils.
Yeah, coils, yes. You
Yeah,
get an
it's
achievement
not
for
easy
it.
to do, though.
No eyes, no eyes. Oh, one at their tower. One at their tower, no eyes.
Well, they're coming into command hard.
Command, Roger.
They
On the
want their
way,
sword
on the way.
back.
I'm on the way to you, on the way to you.
Yep, I get one with the sword before they gave me the gusto.
I just learned you can shoot grenades that are there on the, to be picked up.
Yeah.
That's different.
There's a medal for doing that if you kill somebody.
Huh.
There's almost 2 of them.
Sweet.
This.
We've got power items in play.
One at the center. Center alley.
That one feels
There you
good.
go.
Sword on my X. Sniper on my X. They're there. They got both in command. They pushed me with overshield. I didn't know there were 2 of them pushing.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
gonna flip in a second here.
You are so much better
You don't
than
get your
ever.
invisibility,
Yep.
bitch.
There's the flip.
Like
One
a
of my
bullshit.
X2 of them. Our tower. The OG tower. 2 of them.
Oh, mother of God, that hurts. Oh, fuck. Ah,
Fucking
Well, you're
dumb
not that good.
bitch.
I hate being fat.
Okay, maybe you aren't that good. One in command or control. Yep. You're on your own over there, John.
Yep, I know. I'm chasing a rat at the moment. No eyes. Got him. He's dead.
Sniper in control looking at you guys.
Is he above or below?
Above.
Above.
Yeah, he is. I see him.
Lost the lead.
Bullshit.
One behind you, John.
Yep. He's dead.
Good stick.
There's still one in control. There's 2 there now.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
One weak. One right here.
Send them straight to heaven with our trusty S7.
Overshield and control, top level. Oh. Sniper on tower 1.
Yep. Sniper is out of... Get that guy. There you go, Kevin. We got both
Oh, we
snipers
had
now.
rockets.
Their tower broken.
Ovi is wasted 2 rockets and is broken. Ovi's chipped.
Sniper on my XR tower.
Ovi's dead.
Pretend we're
I got the sniper rifle. They're pushing me hard right now. I'm running. I've got sniper on board. Okay. We've got tower now. You guys are still fighting?
Our tower. Dude, I could hit the broadside of a fat chick today.
I ran out of bullets.
Okay. I got coiled.
Cold from where?
Out in the middle. Just walking up
Middle,
the middle of the
Roger.
street.
I got pushed out. I'm pushed out alone. I'm rotating to. Oh, I got him on me.
Coming.
I'm dead. There you go. Rotate around and get the rockets there.
Oh shit, there's two there. One of them has a
Turret.
Power items incoming.
Nice.
We got them both.
Fizz.
Power
He's
items
grabbing it.
field. Go get 'em.
He can have that. I got rocks. Oh, I don't have rocks. He beat me
Invis
down.
is dead.
I don't know how he. That was so fucked up and weird.
One on top, in the middle.
You don't get rockets, whore.
Down low, right here behind us.
All
Sniper
three.
here.
One here, one up there.
Oh, he has rockets.
Of course he does. Oh, yeah, I just got rocketed.
He's out of rockets.
Back alley one. What a grenade. Sword's right here.
Power weapons are here.
Every time I turn around, you guys are on the other side of the
Yeah,
map.
I just spawned over here.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm either the last one to die or I'm spawning way off.
Rockets are right here.
One behind you, Kevin.
Rockets are still right here.
Middle bridge, 2. And I was the last one to die.
I didn't know we were that close to losing. It was my bad. I wasn't paying attention to the count. I was so like, you know, you could do something. Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, Nikki's
fat.
Nikki's. Oh, about being fat. I saw 1,000 Ways to Die one time, and they said that you could cut a small hole in your body and take some aquarium tubing and hook it to a vacuum cleaner and suck out your fat yourself.
I saw that.
So, yeah.
Do I have to use a vacuum cleaner, or can I just put the hose in my mouth?
I think it was like, that would be gross. Could you imagine you like sucking in like human flavored lard paste?
Yeah, I'd be sucking in the flavor and essence of myself.
Yeah, it'd be like bacon flavored mat paste. That's gross.
I mean,
so-
depends on who you ask. Let's not do that.
All I
You-
imagine is you sucking out what looks like, and I imagine has the texture of a Subway tuna sandwich.
Oh, don't get me started. That's my favorite sandwich from Subway. Now you just didn't, like, really put it on. Honestly, what I was thinking was like, and this is going to be great. I was thinking of a thick custard with a little bit of, like, strawberry puree thrown in there. You know, you get that yellowy, thick with traces of red. Mm-hmm.
Yuck.
I'm sorry, John. Was that too much?
No, I'm just making sure that everybody else is seeing the expressions that they're feeling in their stomach turn right now. I was in the military. You can say whatever you want, and it's not like I've seen some shit, all right? There's nothing you can say that's going to make me upset, pretty much, unless
there is.
unless you
But
insult.
I won't do that.
But what I'm saying is, like, I'm pretty. Jimmy and I have had a conversation about this. Going to Iraq and doing things and seeing things have put us in a very special place in our lives where there's not much you can say that I'm going to picture that's going to turn my stomach. However,
That's wonderful. Have you guys ever seen the movie The Aristocrats?
I don't know if we want to talk about this live on the stream, Maddie. I don't know if we want to push the boundaries
No.
of the viewers.
All I'm asking is if you've seen a movie.
I
If
don't
you haven't
think
seen the movie.
I don't think that I've seen this movie, but I
Okay.
don't know.
It's a documentary about a joke. Just one joke. If done right, it is the most offensive / uncomfortable making joke there can possibly be. It's up to you on how it is and how long it is. But It's one of those that, like, you can build a really great thing, and if you're trying to find someone's comfort level, that's a really good litmus test.
I see. Oh, hey, this is your daily reminder that you've lost the game, by the way. I have made it my mission. Maddie right now is like biting his knuckles. He's so upset. He didn't even think about it until just now.
I'm just gonna have to resend you that picture.
Oh my god. Every time I remind somebody that they've lost a game, it reminds me of that moment. I can't remember what movie it is. But it's I can't even remember the actress's name right now. She two here, one sniper here.
Mutilators on my ex.
Whoa.
I'm getting pinched by them all. I was alone with the overshield, and they're all in overshield corner where the mutilator spawns.
No, freaking A.
I'm dead again. Damn it.
One here, Kevin, to your left.
Flavor Town Daddy.
Flavor Town Daddy. Are you is Guy Fieri playing us right now?
Yeah, he is.
Love me.
Flavor Town.
Oh, hi, Rocket. Don't mind if I can do.
Ah, son of a bitch. Two in the middle room here. Big room, big room.
Oh shit, this thing's gonna
I
kill me.
wasted that rocket.
It tried. Above us.
May I have the shotgun? Is there anywhere I can myrtleize with it? You want to murder with some shotgun?
Thanks for bringing me an additional weapon, douchebag.
I have the AC.
Nice job.
Oh, through that portal, there's one there.
Oh, God, that was like quick draw McGraw right there. There's one here, one here. I chipped him. 18 to rocks.
Yeah, overshield's coming up too.
Oh, I'm dead. God damn it, they're gonna get the rocks. The rocks are popping here in just any second.
Wanna just quit?
Oh no, Flavor Town.
Flavor Town, no!
Flav, quit.
Flavor Town, no!
Shit, that was wrong.
Haha.
Thank you, John. Saved
You're
my
welcome.
life.
You're welcome. It's because I love you.
Captain K-Con is AFK. 3 kills.
Captain Cake on what?
Oh,
invisible right here. This asshole's trying to fuck me up. Thank you.
Oh, I got shot in the back. Reloaded the needler.
That was
Nice
actually
rock, Kevin.
that was actually kind of a hilarious call. That fucked me up so bad. I ran into a wall and died because I was laughing at myself. So
S7 inbound.
whoa, you missed.
I don't even know this map had a sniper on it.
Yeah, it does. It's upstairs in the middle.
Good to know. 3 in this room here.
Big room, Roger. Big room, one with sniper. All 4 in big room, all 4. How did I get a boom block?
1 down.
Just grant me some murder. Just a little bit's enough.
Guy almost Quigley'd us, Pick.
almost.
Oh, fuck. One here, one here.
Oh, 3 in the corner.
He's back on the sniper. He's dead. Never mind.
Snipers out of rounds. No,
Let-
no.
That guy died.
And too bad he waste.
Maybe.
Oh,
That guy died. I got one on me. I'm
Check.
dead. All the rockets are gone. I used them.
oh shit.
I got
Open
a
that hallway.
present for you. Some death for breakfast. Oh, fucking no way. How many grenades was that, Jimmy?
3, but there was 4 or 2 guys, one up top and one right by the doorway.
Hope you on my body.
So, I mean,
I got
That's
killed
mad for your
from the
tracks.
grenades. Thank you, Cree. Are you Cree
Nice,
OST
Kevin.
19 or is that Creost 19?
cellulose.
2 here.
3 in the big room with you, John.
Yeah, I'm backing out. Oh,
Good
that guy got killed. I'm dead. I'm dead. I didn't have a chance to recharge. God, I'm playing like a garbage bag right now. Hi, buddy.
Another one still here. Still
I'm on
2
my
in
way
the
back
big
around.
room.
On my way back around.
3 in the big room. Where did you learn to throw nades?
Who, me?
No, the other team.
Oh,
Oh shit. Alright, Jet.
Yeah, I heard it right as you died. 2 on my X in the big room.
God damn it.
Getting
Still
around
2 in
again.
there. Still 2 in there. 1 week. 1 week.
Teamwork!
Makes the dream work, baby. They're coming to, they're camping rocket spawn next.
Rocket.
There's one dead. One dead.
Yeah, 1 on my X. They're, he's cloaked, coming up the doorway to your left, John.
1 week. 1 week right there. 1 week. 1 week.
Big room 2, 3.
They got the rockets. I heard it. Oh, fuck. Wow.
So
Invis
broken.
is in gold room.
Invis is weak. Never mind, he's dead.
Ugh. Needles and gold. Needles.
Big room 2.
Big room 2, Roger.
Behind you, Pickle. He's in the same room as you.
There it is. We got it. We got it. Fuck. I struggled to go even that match. Got a half an hour left in the awesome. Or is it KR lost? Is that what it is? Anyway, still, welcome. $16, and 6, so not very many assists either. That was... Oh, look at us. We're like the white dudes. That's cool. We're all... Well, and Pickles
all-
is... We're
Are we all high-fiving?
3 white dudes and Pepsi Man. Pepsi
Wow.
Man.
Hold on, let me see if I can change that. I don't
3
think I have
best
a
friends that
It's okay, Captain America. We could just be like, you know, all up in here
okay.
like gangsters, and then we got Captain America pants over here.
The best I have is like an off gray.
An off gray. Mm.
Yep.
Mm. I mean, it's cool. You wear whatever pants you want. It's okay. We.
No, I don't want. I don't need to be mocked.
I'm not.
With love.
I'm
just-
switching to Pepsi right now.
You're
I'm
you-
switching
Do you have
to Pepsi.
Do you have the Pepsi Man skin? The Pepsi Man paint job, Kevin? I think I'm pretty sure everybody has the Pepsi Man paint job.
Yes.
Yeah, the
HCS season 1. Yeah.
Optimus Prime Light.
HCS winter. Yeah.
Pepsi Man. That was literally Pepsi Man was literally my favorite skin for the longest time. Until they released Withered Bone. Or they had what they had before that. They had the the white, it's like undamaged white, but the undersuit is cool because it's like black with like gray octagons on it. Here we go. Did I just not change that? Son of a bitch. Equip. Here we go. Now we can go. Here we go. Pepsi, man.
When we get back to the lobby, you should take the spikes off your boots and just go with the eagle head.
Oh my god, the Angry Bird helmet? I hate it so much, though.
Yeah, but you're rocking that Captain America look. You gotta have the eagles.
The Angry Bird head is so terrible, though.
It is.
It is absolutely fucking bad. Like,
I don't know why it's an option, why you have to have the attachment to make that ugly helmet look so much better.
somebody told me, they're like, oh, it's because of like some reason, and I was like, that's a really cool reason.
I think in that game, Ninja Gaiden, you like unlock those levels as your player progresses.
First helmet's the one with the birdhouse. It's literally on the top of the head.
Oh my god,
Sticks right out of the front too, yeah.
the Chinese.
God, you beat different difficulty levels to get.
Okay.
And it's
Looking
not
like a bunch
easy.
of Power Rangers out here. Look at us.
Go Power Rangers! Do 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 do
can have
do
that.
do 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 do.
No, you don't want the mutilator? All right, fine, I'll take it. Twist my arm.
Over shields right here.
Made of rocks.
That's correct. He's pushing me. He's pushing me right now. Overshield on me. On me. Overshield is still over. He is still over. They're all on me, too. At least two on me. In blue room. Right here, right here, right here. I'm dead. Still collapsing on me again. All
kidding
two
me?
still in blue room, two still in blue. I'm with you. I'm with you. Shouldn't have sang the Power Rangers song. Fucked us up. Ooh, that was a nasty double kill. Thanks for the assist, you two.
Yeah.
Way to get us kick started. There's one in the basement here. At the donut.
One with you there. Yep. He's hiding on me.
I'm in gold now. In gold now.
Dead.
Coming down, coming down.
Sniper just got blown off the map.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Oh, feels bad.
I got commando. There's two.
Yeah,
There's one at
I went
sniper's
with
spawn.
it.
I'm in donut. Hide in donut for a second. They're above me.
Short tower, there's one here.
I'm at sniper.
Oh, I wish I had my mouse so bad.
God damn, dude, you gotta pay attention to your radar. Feels bad, dude. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Right, that feels
Oh,
bad.
basement. One at the donut. One at the donut in the basement. Take this.
2 center.
I'm dead. OV and 0.
No eyes. Over there.
Double kill. Double broner. Speaking of double broner, where's 0 today? We haven't seen him. Installation of Uwu.
Oh, they got the mutilator off me. He's right there with it. Camo. 2 underneath. Headed to donut.
3 underneath.
There's a donut bridge.
I'm dead. I'm dead. One pushing out one. 2 pushing out 2 now.
Nope. 2. Yep. I pushed in because you said 1 and that's 2. Whoopsies.
I'm still here. One's still here on me at green. Where mutilator spawns now. But I gotta go TTL. Hey, we will see you. It is nice. Be safe getting home. Miss you already. Hello there. Hey, Emma! Welcome back. How are you? Did you enjoy the reading earlier? Oh, fuck, I'm dead.
There's one below me over here.
I'm wearing one of my favorite Mariners hats today, my PNW hat. It's all black. I don't know if you noticed, but it's got this PNW, I got one pushing me at gold. He's dead.
Got me
Oh,
down
he
low, but he's weak.
stuck me.
Down there at the
Fucking
lift.
baby back bitch. We're down 3 right now.
No way.
Yeah.
Gold room 2.
The reading was awesome. Had to go to a doctor's appointment as well. I should heal up for a few weeks. Oh no, what's going on? You alright? Oh, I missed the beat down. God damn it. Oh, sorry. I gotta do what my kids. I gotta keep representing for my kids. Motherfucker. That's what my kids say. Get out of here. And give me that too. I'm dead. Sniper's on my X. Overshield is burned. I'm at blue. I'm heading for Mutilator. It's up. I'm taking it.
2 pushing. Tower.
Broke my cheekbone falling off of my bike. Oh no.
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
That is...
sucks.
No ice.
Third tower.
One here pushing you guys.
Well, all but that one.
Third tower,
Just fell
huh?
down.
How
Up
did...
behind you, Pick.
I'm dead. They have the Mutilator. In the middle, 3 here. I'm dead. I got 1 before I died.
Okay, I don't know how he got me. When I started shooting him, he was broken.
First fire, Spartan. First fire.
Low middle, bottom middle.
Donut, Roger. That was cheeky. There's 2 there.
Nearing victory.
The one I chipped backed
Down
off
by
and
1.
fell down.
2.
Down by 2, Roger. I'm at gold.
Where's this fucking BR would spawn?
I'm over your shoulder, I'm over your shoulder, Ron Weasley. I'm dead. 3 in that hallway down there.
That.
You don't want to be Ron Weasley?
I don't want to be anyone from Harry Potter.
Doesn't he end up with Hermione at the end?
Suppose.
I mean,
He's still a ginger and has no soul.
Sniper on bottom tower. Got one over here.
sniper. They actually they have the sniper. I just tasted it with my face.
He's
Yeah.
chipped. I have no
Take
eyes.
that and that. No, no, no.
Shrouded me.
This guy's a really messy looking sniper rifle.
Oh, I'm here. One in the
Wow.
trees. One at trees. 2 at trees.
3 in the gold room. 2 of them were taking a knee, one of them with a coil.
5 minutes remaining.
There's
Thank
still
you.
2 at gold. Still 2 at gold.
Up or down? Nope.
Nah, it didn't matter.
Yep.
But Pickles went 15 and 15 and 5 for the carry. Nice job, man. Nice job.
Thank you. Thank
I,
you.
I rescind my comment if you don't like Ron Weasley.
No, no, no.
I take it back so that you feel better. No.
Oh, you can't make me feel better. I've been called a ginger. That's the highest level of insult.
Oof.
But, it's okay, because in honesty, I was born a redhead, so hey, I already have no soul.
There are so many gingers that I admire in the world, though.
You can admire them and just know that they're going to go to purgatory.
I don't know. Spartan John does not necessarily endorse this message, just so we're clear. Scheisse. Alright, here we go. Playing another one.
Jimmy's not allowed to talk to redhead ladies.
Oh? Oh, do tell, Jimmy. Do tell.
If it's a weakness, I share it with you.
That's pretty much just it. Yep. I didn't really know how to say it, but yeah, you got it right on the head. Weak.
I get it.
You
Sweet
throw
mom
a, you
spaghetti,
throw a,
man.
you throw a southern accent on there, and I'm
Oh,
cutting your
God,
head.
no, I hate southern accents.
Oh.
No. It depends on it, but that nice little.
I
southern
lived in
belle-
Alabama. I lived in Alabama, and my heart has been blessed enough.
Talladega, baby. Talladega.
Did you guys cook with that wash your sister sauce?
Love it.
It's actually a brand now.
Worcestershire. What? Sorry, Martin. Worcestershire sauce.
Bobby, put your shoes on. We're going to the gas station to get some Fago.
Oh yeah.
Just A1. Yoo-hoo and A1. That's it.
Jesus.
But you're mixing Yoo-hoo and A1?
You
That's spicy chocolate.
Put that shit on every... No, I would never, but I just figured if we were
God.
gonna get trashy that I'd just go there now. And don't forget to pick me up some Natty Light when you're there.
You mean the king of beers?
No, that's Keith Stone. I want Natty Light.
Milwaukee's best. Everybody loves the beast.
I'm telling
Or
you.
you can.
Natural
get,
Light. Anybody from the South knows.
What's the company that did the animal piss? You know, whatever animal was on the can was the piss that was in the can.
I have no idea.
Hunters used to love it. They were like camouflage
Where
cans
the
with
fuck
like
did you learn to shoot?
deer or a fucking fish on it.
I had no idea.
Yeah, right
Well,
there.
I mean, I
Broken
would
two of
say...
Max. Three.
I,
All over there, Kevin.
I would say
Taking on three.
kokanee, but well, if they're all gonna fucking camp here, I'm gonna kill them. There's two here, still one with sniper. They had a rocket launcher, but it fell down, and I didn't see a sniper. Just got me. It's the king of beers in the same way as Palmer is the king of Halo. Laughing my ass off. Yeah. No, you guys,
Dude,
Budweiser.
I am bringing these guys down to like an inch of their life, and they're just not dying.
Budweiser is technically the king of beers, but I don't know if that's true anymore.
Well, there
And
has
I
to be a good
definitely
beer
don't
first.
drink Budweiser, so I definitely cannot attest to it being good any longer.
There's no good beer.
I love Rainier. One pushing me. God damn it. I'm like trying to get out of the way. I'm running down the hallway. Two Spartans in that hallway apparently don't get around each other at all.
Powerful stuff coming from who
Sniper is still up there. Yeah, you missed, you dumb son of a bitch, and I'm coming for that booty.
Oh, he didn't miss that time.
Shrouded him.
Oh
Can't
fuck,
see
I'm
shit.
dead. Guy on Heineken is peak beer. Guy on Invisibility is what I was trying to say. I couldn't remember how to get the words out of my mouth because
If you gotta drink a beer, have a silver bullet.
no, I can't drink Coors. Coors gives me a headache. As soon as you open the can, instant migraine. You just have to open the can. You didn't even have to drink it. It's like and bullshit migraine.
To get over that, you pair it with a casserole.
Casserole is gross. Again, like every day, you guys have tested me on this casserole theory this week. It's not.
I
It's not
tested you.
not changing. Casserole is the nasty. Like
You have wonderful rants about it, though.
I'd rather eat Arby's.
From the Arby's.
It has the meats.
Damn right.
Yeah, if it's composite meats created from a mystery,
Hey, it's not a
braised.
mystery. It's called horse.
Still killed you.
All I hear is Sarah McLachlan. I hear 2 songs. The first one's In the Arms of an Angel because all of the animals that died to become your sandwich at Arby's, and we don't know what they are, by the way.
Just horses.
And then
Just
the
horses.
second one is Yeah, you're
Delicious horse
working,
meat.
building a mystery, because nobody knows what your meat is made of. I'm just saying. That's what I feel like.
I got a
That's okay.
breacher
Same thing with
medal.
hot dogs, and they sell.
Hot dogs.
Stuff coming from who knows where.
Yeah.
All beef hot dogs. No rats
Sure.
fell
All
in.
beef, but
no.
what parts of the beef?
Well, actually, I heard something
Right.
interesting the other day. I heard that all beef is actually scheisse.
The brand.
Yeah,
for
is a brand and not necessarily means all beef. So, like a company like McDonald's who totes all beef patties, it's a brand instead of an actual
One of my ex broken. He's on the mutilator
explanation of
spawn.
the quality of the food, apparently.
Yeah. Not surprised at all by that.
Shows poorly. I don't know where the mutilator is. I had it and then I died. Now I don't. And I don't
Bridge on
know.
the other side of the map.
I meant when I died. That's what I meant. I don't know where it is since I died. There's one above me. I think they're in that house. In house, yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 up here now.
That was weird. I got pushed all the way across that room. As soon as I came up, I just got taken by, I think, one of our teammates because collision is on, which they haven't had on in Halo Infinite ever. So, you know, it's really fucking around with me right now at the moment.
Drop all obtained.
Drop wall obtained. No eyes. Going for sniper at
Barrage.
25. I'm right behind you, Jimmy.
Alright.
Getting shoved
One
from
above us.
house. One at house. Oh fuck, I just coiled myself because I'm a dumbass. Yay! Well, son of a bitch. I guess I'm gonna get the rockets instead because I'm not gonna get the sniper.
Power items in play.
Yeah, he's got the rocks. Do his socks.
You are so much better than the
I blew that guy's socks off.
Yeah, you did.
No eyes. On the way to ramp with overshield and rockets. Johnny's got the rocks
Well, Invisible's got the shotgun.
and an OV2.
I just died with a sniper. He chased me halfway across the map for it. He's out in front of the garage right
I'm on
now.
my way.
That's the guy. And he just fucking killed me with it. How is he surviving all these rockets and fucking bullets, man?
I mean, I want to know how that guy caught up with me. He was behind on my radar by a ways, and then he was somehow able to back smack
Who?
me. We're down 3 to lose, by the way. 3 to lose.
Jesus.
Dude, my PC
Okay.
is kicking out the heat today.
I just died one. That's 3.
Oh, fuck. Jimmy carried us again. What? Wow. Not a bad man. Is Kevin talking and we just can't hear him?
I'm hearing him.
I can't hear him. I literally cannot hear him if he's talking. I can't hear him. Hey, Lex. Hey. Oh, I was talking about you earlier. Arby's used to be really good. Just like now that I know what it's made of and I'm old and my stomach is like not great, Arby's is not the good.
So Schmidt beer.
Oh no! I'm sure Kevin's got some real good. I'm sure
That's
Kevin's got
the
some real
animal
good
fish
ones
I was
too.
talking about.
Ugh, I'm sure that Kevin's got some real good memories of the old bad brands. You know, Kokanee. I'm sure Kevin remembers Kokanee.
I remember
Schlitz.
Kokanee. No Schlitz malt liquor.
Schlitz malt liquor.
No Schlitz malt liquor.
Boone's Farm. All the schnapps that you could buy at the gas station. Ugh.
I drank a bottle of Thunderbird and went and saw Super Troopers in the theater.
Okay, so wow, that's all right, Lexi.
Y'all ever had Thunderbird?
You think I should use these instead? No, I've never consumed that name of liquor before.
It's night train. It's like Night Train.
It sounds terrible.
You know, it's the step below Boone's.
Mm.
It is. It was $2 for a bottle.
Yeah, it'll only take me a minute or two to change these out. My concern is I don't know if these will be as will have the same integrity from the torsion of walking. I know that the one in my chest has a hard time sticking sometimes just because of the angle that it's at. So I was thinking about that. And then the other thing that I was concerned about was the fact that then it will also allow this articulation. And so this side will be stable, but that boot cover can like then do something like this. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm just concerned about how that like holds me into the wear the boots for a day and find out. Okay. Well, and just maybe keep the clips, keep a set of clips on hand in case I don't like it, so I can change it back. Because I'll have to do both boots the same. Okay, I can give it a try. Shit. What's everybody doing the rest of the day?
Getting ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody that wants to know what I'm doing tomorrow, I'll be at in Puyallup at the fairgrounds. That's in Washington for Washington State SummerCon. What time does it open? I don't know. Let me get it up for you. Hold on a second. Let me go like... Hold on, bear with me a moment. I will
That's where we're going to be at tomorrow.
I'm going to the store to buy tissues so I can sit here.
Hopefully streaming tonight.
And just wipe up my tears.
Oh, Jimmy.
Are you going to make your own awesome?
Lex streaming?
Yeah, hopefully streaming tonight. I will be around to watch that. Everybody, if you are interested...
Awesome all by myself.
Stream it. If you're interested, guys, you can find Lexi right there. And she's gonna try to stream tonight. No, don't try, do. You're gonna feel great after the gym, even if you're sore. Come, sit down, do a little crafting, smile, be present. If you want to stream in a Discord and have some people hang out with you, you can come and be in the awesome in the Spartan space. I would be willing to host that for you. And then I can come and pester you in person on your stream. I don't know if that's what you want. Not everybody's all about that. But the offer is there. And, yeah, it'd be cool. And you might get some other people here. All week, unfortunately, even without the gym. Been exhausted. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, no pressure. It's 100% not a requirement, Lexi. I'm just telling you that I think that, I think that you're awesome at it, and I think that it'd be good. It's whatever. No worries. If you need me, we're here. If you need anything from us, right? Let's see. how do I want to do this?
What he said.
How did I do this before in the before time? Oh, the ends on the other one are single bar. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ja Rule song?
I don't think that this is gonna work.
Nelly.
Ja Rule.
I don't think this is gonna work, Lexi.
Uh-oh.
Merciless rhubarb.
I am concerned that this is not gonna work immediately already, just trying it out. I'm gonna continue to investigate and see if I can get it to work. But there's an immediate issue from engineering an engineering issue that was not accounted for these clips. It was very, very precise when I sewed all of these straps and shit to use one particular design, and this was not it. So Ruh-roh, indeed, Ruh-roh. The issue
Raggy
I'm
Rye.
worried about with this is that it is a different length. I may not be able to shorten the straps now enough to get the appropriate compression over my ankle. I see I need to keep working on. See, you see here? So on the old clip, Lexi, the old clip is this. And the new clip is a double. And so, and it's taller than the old clip by a lot, by like 1/8 of an inch a lot. I don't know if I have enough, looks like the metal clips are the winner then. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough space to account for these. Okay, well, I'll buy the metal clips on that site that you sent me, because I think that that's just a pretty good, pretty awesome solution as well. And I'll have to find a couple of these clips tonight before the con, because it's the only way my boots are gonna go. Okay, I guess I could cannibalize one of the version 1 boots. They use the same clips, several of the same clips, and the version 1 boots, I don't need 2 of them to if I'm gonna keep them, I'm only gonna keep 1. The version 1 boots were made for tennis shoes, and those look funny as hell. Anyway, well, guys, check it out. Here's what I'm gonna do the rest of the day. We're gonna end the awesome because it's 4 hours in, and it's time for me to let you all go and be awesome on your own. I'm going to take a tiny break, and I'm gonna launch myself into the quarterdeck in the Spartan space, and I'm gonna finish crafting these boots because I have to get them done today. I'm gonna be right here doing that live. I'm just not gonna stream it because I don't stream more than about 4 hours. I get pretty burned out. You know, you gotta build yourself up. But I'll be here working on this with my friends as long as they want to hang out. There's no baseball tonight. I don't really have anything crazy planned, so you know, I'm just gonna be around watching Lexi if she streams. I'll be excited if she's able to do that. And then maybe Jimmy or Tamoose. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs today, buddy. Again, 1 to Meat Daddy even, and 1 to Fox. That's so awesome. People that are active in the community getting gifted subs. That's cool. But you can come and hang out. Maybe we'll get some hockey in, and you guys can watch me make funny faces and talk shit to my friends while we beat each other up on the ice. That's it. What about you guys? Anything? Kevin? Bueller?
Nothing special.
Nothing special. All right, guys.
You want your ass kicked, you shouldn't have stuck it out so far.
Am I guess? Right, Trash Shock. Yeah, they should make. They should be on WoWack, and also in larger quantities for. Also selling larger quantities for cheaper. Perfect. That's perfect. I think that those will be cute. That'll be a good addition to the Infinite Chief shoe. To have those buckles in metal, they won't break that way. The sad thing is then it puts stress on other places that I didn't account for. So we'll fight that as it comes. All right, guys. That's it. Have a great weekend. You won't see me tomorrow because I'll be at SummerCon. Lol, those will be cute. Yeah, they will. They'll be all shiny. I'll walk in and it'll be like bling, bling. Draw your attention to my beautiful feetses. Anyway, I'll be in my best shoes, like my dazzling dance shoes. Anyway, GG's. Talk to you later. Thank you, Emma. I guess I'll see you later. There's a website for that. Oh, get that money. That's no. I don't know about that. OnlyFans is something that we joke about, but I don't know if I'm ready to put my body out there yet. Codpiece and helmet only. I don't know about that. Feel like people would pay me to keep my clothes on. There might be something to that, though. Anyway. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. Join the Discord, which is the Spartan Space. It's the digital representation of this building that you guys helped me build. It's the place where it's always awesome because of you. Stay awesome, guys. Jimmy, what do you got for me today?
Spartan John and the Awesome Space do not recommend using home appliances, medical procedures like lipos. Please consult a physician. And have a good weekend.
Wow.